Good morning, everybody. I just want to let you know that we're having some technical difficulties, which is why we haven't started yet. Just give us hopefully a few more minutes. Sit down, Campbell.
8:44. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first day of the South Central Region meeting here in Soldotna. My name is Stash Hoffman. I'm Vice Chair of the Alaska Board of Game, and I'm going to call the meeting order. Today is Friday, March 17th, 2023, and it's approximately 8:44 a.m. We have 6 board members present. Chairman Burnett is en route. His plane was canceled, so he'll be here hopefully right after lunch. Before we get started, I'd like to call on Member Barrett to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Al. Okay, at this time, I'd like to have board members introduce themselves, and let's start with Member Kehoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lynn Keogh, Wasilla. James Cooney, Eagle River.
Ruth Kuzak, Chugiak.
Al Barrett, Fairbanks. Jake Fletcher, Talkeetna.
And I'm Stash Hoffman from Bethel, and again, Jerry is from Juneau. He'll be here after lunch, hopefully. Thank you, board members, and now we'd like to have an introduction of the staff and agencies, and we'll start with Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of the public that are here, and those listening online. It's great to see you all here in Soldotna. My name is Ryan Scott. I'm the Deputy Director for the Division of Wildlife Conservation. I would like to add that Director Grasser and Deputy Commissioner Mulligan will be joining us a little bit later today. I believe they're both on their way here right now. And then the Commissioner Vincent Lang, will be joining us tomorrow. He'll be coming in later this evening. I'd also like to just very quickly take a moment to introduce a couple of the key players here. We have Natalie Weber, our Regulations Coordinator. Next to her is Cindy Wardlow, the Region 2 South Central Region Regional Supervisor. And then out in the audience, if he'll raise his hand, we have Jeff Sellinger, the Management Coordinator, way in the back there. Jeff and Cindy will be introducing the high caliber staff for Region 2 as we go through the regional overview. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ryan. Ms. Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lisa Olson. I'm based out of Anchorage. I'm the Division Operations Manager for the State Subsistence Section. With us today is Robin Dublin. She's the South Central Region Program Manager for this area. And also with us is Jackie Keating. She is the Area Subsistence Resource Specialist for South Central. Joining us later will be Caroline Brown, the Statewide Research Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Mr. Pappas?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board and the public. George Pappas, Office of Subsistence Management, State Subsistence Liaison, seated on the Board of Fish and Board of Game. I believe we'll have one of our wildlife analysis. Brian Ublake will be here tomorrow and the next day. And then on Monday, I think we'll have a wildlife division lead who leads up this process for our end of it. Will be here on, I believe, on Monday. Any other federal staff that do come in, I'll give you an introduction as I do see them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. And I guess we'll go to Lieutenant Christopher Jamie with the troopers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Chris Jaime. I'm a Alaska Wildlife Trooper stationed here in Soldotna. I'm one of the deputy commanders for Northern Detachment. The only changes we have with happening in our division right now is since your last board meeting, then Major Chastain was promoted to Colonel Director. Major Steve Adams announced his retirement, and Captain Aaron Frenzel will be assuming that position, the major position, effective May 1st. Captain DeGraff will be transferring from Northern Detachment to Southern Detachment, and that vacant BCM will be available for promotion sometime in the future. Yeah, that's really it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Ms. Brooking?
Thank you. Good morning to the Chair and members of the board. Cheryl Brooking, Department of Law, based in Anchorage.
Thank you, Cheryl. And Ms. Tibbles.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, board members. I'm Christy Tibbles, the board executive director for the board, and with board support section based out of Juneau. Our board support section staff here today are Annie Bartholomew, based out of Juneau, Savannah Hollingworth, based out of Bethel, and Farie Fernandez, based out of Anchorage.
Okay, it's good to have everybody here. And right now, I'd like to recognize past board members in the audience. And currently, I see Nick Jackson, current past board member, and Karen Linnell. And I don't see any other past board members. Ted Spraker in the audience. Okay, maybe he'll be here later. Okay, I'm going to go over a few formalities before we start the meeting. With regards to COVID-19 precautions, we are very pleased to be able to conduct this in-person meeting. Given the COVID-19 virus still poses a risk to some, and it could potentially halt the meeting, but hopefully it won't come to that. To help minimize the spread of COVID and other viruses, anyone experiencing flu-like symptoms is encouraged to stay home and view the meeting from live stream. We also have masks available and hand sanitizer, and we have home tests available for anyone who wants them. The purpose of this meeting is for the board game is to consider proposed changes to hunting and trapping regulations for the South Central region. We'll be discussing Game Management Units 6, 7, 8, 14C, and 15. We have over 150 proposals we'll be considering during this meeting that have been submitted by the public, advisory committees, and the Department of Fish and Game. The proposals are available for viewing on the Board of Games website. There are also a couple of copies on the table in the back of the room. In accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act, the board staff published a legal notice of this meeting in a statewide newspaper and distributed to local Fish and Game advisory committees and many other interested organizations and individuals. Public comments were solicited, and board members received copies of all written public comments. Copies of the public and advisory committee comments are available to the public on the tables in the back of the room. Copies of the tentative agenda and the roadmap for this meeting can be found on the table in the back of the room. The agenda and the roadmap are subject to change throughout the meeting, but we'll attempt to follow them as written. The board meeting workbooks and all the other meeting materials can be found on the table. These copies are provided for the public viewing, and we ask that you not remove them so that they can be available to others to read throughout the meeting. Board materials, including those being submitted during the meetings, are also available on the Board of Game meeting information website. At this time, we normally do ethic disclosures for board members, but since we're waiting on Chairman Burnett, we're going to conduct that ethics disclosures probably right after lunch. Before we hear the staff reports, I'd like to announce that anyone who would like to submit written comments to the board can do so by giving it to the board staff at the end of this table. Comments can also be uploaded online from the Board of Game website or fax to 907-465-6094. Please specify the proposal numbers on your comments. Public comments are limited to 10 single-sided pages in length from any individual or group during the meeting. This policy of the board was adopted to ensure that all public comments could be properly reviewed by the board members during the meeting prior to taking action. Anyone listening online needing assistance with submitting comments can contact the Department of Fish and Game Board Support Office Section 907-465-4110. All documents received at this board meeting will be assigned a record copy known as an RC. The original of all the written materials submitted will be retained for permanent record for the board. With no exception, all materials which are to be submitted to the board for consideration must be presented to the board staff for distribution. Please do not give documents to individual board members. Record copies will be distributed to the board and posted on the board's website in the morning before the meeting begins, after the lunch break, and at the end of the meeting each day. This practice ensures regular distribution of all written comments to board members, as well as proper retention for board records. In order to be sure the public is fully informed on the board process, all process questions the public may have during the course of the meeting can be directed to the board's executive director, the board chair when he arrives, or myself. We hope this board practice outlined here will maximize public participation in the board process, as the board believes an informed and engaged public is essential to the successful development and implement wildlife use and conservation strategies. Anyone wishing to testify who has not already signed up through the registration process must fill out a blue card and hand it to the board staff at the end of the table here to my right. Be sure the blue card is legible and completely filled out so that both your name and your area of interest and topic or the proposals are that for the proposals you are concerned about can be identified by the board members. You may submit a blue card at any time before or during the meeting up until the cutoff time for oral testimony, which right now should be around Saturday, March 18th, about 10 a.m. Later this morning, board supports staff will prepare a testimony list which will be posted around the room. Testimony is expected to begin today after lunch.
Oh, I'm sorry, we should correct it. It's likely to begin before lunch, we think.
Public testimony will probably start before lunch, I was just informed.
Apologize for that, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
Okay, the board requests that members of the public and the press recognize and respect the board sanctuary, which is where the board members and staff are seated during the meeting. Please do not enter the space beyond the white and black tape about the middle of the room here. During the breaks, and before the meetings, board members will make themselves available to the public in the public areas of the meeting space. Cell phones and hearing devices. Before we begin, please turn the volume or turn your cell phones off. And if anyone has trouble hearing the discussion, we have hearing devices available from our board staff. Lastly, the Alaska Board of Game and the Department of Fish and Game are united in support of fostering a respectful workplace. We are committed to ensure our workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors. Harassment of any nature is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. We appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us at with this important effort. And at this time, we're going to go to staff reports, and we'll start with Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, members of the board, it's good to see you. For the record, my name is Ryan Scott, the Deputy Director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation out of Juneau. I'll be fairly brief this morning. We had a fairly significant in-depth update at our last meeting in Ketchikan, but I do have a few things I'd like to highlight for you. So far, in terms of budget issues, things are moving forward. Our budget has remained basically intact through the House side of the legislature and is now being reviewed by the Senate. And as a reminder, we're looking at about $66 million from last year. And a lot of that includes a significant bump from the Pittman-Robertson's Fund. We did recently learn of our federal fiscal year apportionment, and that's going to be, we expected about $50 million. Looks like it's going to be $50,500,000. So we were pretty close, and our planning is going to be tracking pretty well there. We are currently in the process of preparing all the grants we need to submit to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to be able to utilize those Pittman-Robertson dollars, largely internally. We've received those and got them moving. Some of them already have been put out to the feds, and that's ongoing. And I believe the actual due date for us is sometime in May. I apologize, I don't know exactly what that date is. Recently, our Hunter Access Program application period closed on March 1st. If you recall, that's one way we can leverage those PR dollars and provide access for hunting, trapping, shooting sports, in a variety of ways across the state. This year, we ended up with 4 new projects totaling about $1 million in PR dollars, and of course, all those partners will be bringing their own match, so we can utilize, again, that groundswell of PR dollars. We talked a little bit about RAWA last time, Recovering America's Wildlife Act, that had died in Congress. However, it is back on the radar, and there is work being done to get that moving again. Still fairly early in the stages of moving it. And if you recall, a lot of that would be able to help us with non-game type programs, marine mammals, items like that. It could also result, depending on what it looks like this time, another significant bump in the division's budget that it's going to be a lot of money if it ends up working out. One thing that the commissioner has been pretty forthcoming with here recently is that we're getting to a point where it's kind of hard with the capacity that we have to be able to use all the money that's out there. So we do keep looking for partners to leverage those PR dollars especially, but in the future we will be asking for a nominal. We've identified some personnel, PCNs, that we need to actually get hired to help us do this. It's a good problem to have. We just don't want to have any reversion of those federal dollars. So, staffing-wise, not much has really changed there. We have 273 positions. Right now, we have 23 vacancies. A lot of them are in the recruitment stage. That's been a question that I've gotten a lot over the last couple of months, about our vacancies. That's 8%. That's actually pretty good. And as I mentioned, many of them are in recruitment right now. A lot of turnover in Region 3, the interior region. The Northeast Arctic area biologist has been hired. They're in the process of recruiting for a regional biologist in Fairbanks and backfilling the Northeast Arctic and the Fairbanks area assistant area biologist, as well as a Creamer's field manager. Region 4, I mentioned last time, Gino DelFrade, who's been a long-time employee, probably the longest-serving employee with the division at this point. He has announced his retirement, and the recruitment for that position is done, or it's wrapped up. We are doing some interviews and things like that. We had a pretty good turnout, and that's great. We've seen some low candidate pools on a lot of positions lately, but the last couple, the assistant director we recruited for recently, and then for the Region 4 supervisor, both we had good numbers and strong applicants. So appreciate that. And then Sue Rodman, stationed in Anchorage, who ran our WESAP program, the Wildlife Habitat Enhancement Program. She recently was appointed to the Lands and Refuge Group to lead that program, oversee all the state game refuges, critical habitats, and she will also we will likely be combining some of the habitat enhancement work with that group and being able to utilize her talents as well as her staff to do both wildlife enhancement as well as refuge management. We've got a lot of, in this day and age, technology is, it just grows infinite. I mean, it's exponential. We come to work one day and something changes the next day. We're having a very hard time finding programmers and to be able to keep up with not only data collection that we get, but also the day-to-day stuff that works to make sure you get your permits, your harvest tickets, and things like that on a good, timely basis, and all the reporting is done. We keep working at it, but they're very transient, sort of. They can pick up and go, and when they have an opportunity. So we are trying to get some of those filled. DWC's not an exception when it comes to recruitment and retention. It's been in the news, not so much probably in the last few weeks, but previously, a lot of discussion about the state of Alaska needing to fill positions and keep people. We are experiencing some of that as well. Just a couple other things, and of course, if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. I wanted to touch a little bit on ESA, endangered species listing information. We have we have two potential listings that we're watching very closely, and we learned this week that we have a listing that we will be participating in that process. If you weren't aware, the sunflower sea star is intended to be listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. This species occurs along the west coast of the United States all the way out through southeast Alaska and then out towards the Alaska Peninsula as well. The principal threat to the sea star population is a disease that causes sea stars to start to die within a few days and causes severe population declines, particularly in southern parts of its range. The warmer waters actually influence that, and it moves quicker. We'll be working with the Fish and Wildlife, or NIMS, excuse me, and others to recover the species and fill information gaps in Alaska. And our goal is to minimize any impacts to Alaska and the resource users from this listing. The other two that we're watching, one, I won't go into detail because I've talked about it a lot, is wolves in southeast Alaska. And again, I'll remind the board that it's all wolves in southeast Alaska, unlike previous petitions. And we anticipate hearing from the Fish and Wildlife Service this summer or maybe into early fall with their final decision on whether or not they're warranted. Both the state as well as the Fish and Wildlife Service has been pretty heavily engaged with communities and other users and interested parties on this. We believe that wolves are plentiful, they're healthy, they're doing well. We don't see any reason that they need to be listed, and we've reiterated that from essentially the get-go to this process. And as a reminder to the board, this is the third time around that at least some segment of wolves in southeast Alaska has been up for a potential listing. The last one is little brown bats. They occur in lots of places in the United States. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is likely to make their decision on warranted or not warranted for an ESA listing this fall. These bats are found, in a lot of places in Alaska, from the interior down through southeast. The driver of this is white nose syndrome. The disease is primarily a threat to the species and has decimated bat populations in the eastern United States. We haven't found that disease here in Alaska yet. The department believes Alaska populations will be more resilient than their eastern U.S. Counterparts. In Alaska, bats overwinter in very small numbers, like less than 10, compared to the eastern U.S., where they overwinter in caves and have tens of thousands of bats all crammed into one spot. Having those smaller groups separated out helps restrict the transmission of the disease. It is a fatal disease for bats as well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, just a final few comments on some miscellaneous issues. This spring, our staff has been very busy with spring moose surveys. They've been able to get after it, and very pleased with that. We'll have those numbers for you in next year as we get back together. We're also going through if you recall, it's a statewide meeting. The board made a lot of changes to non-resident falconry regulations, and those are playing out right now. And those applicants for falconry take will get notice in the near future, and they'll be out in the field this coming year. ADF&G is back in the saddle, if you will, with in-person things such as the board game, but we've also started the Alaska field classes throughout the state. A bow weekend just occurred in Chickaloon recently. Those things are great to see back in the spotlight. Federal subsistence related activities, Deputy Commissioner Mulligan will probably cover these a little bit more in depth, but I wanted to let the board know that at a recent federal subsistence meeting in January, the Southeast Alaska deer proposals to restrict use by non-federally qualified users failed across the board, and we were very pleased with that. Again, we feel like our deer population and numbers are robust and provide opportunity for everybody that is interested in hunting them. The federal subsistence system is back in the regulatory cycle, wildlife regulatory cycle, and we do have 3 new deer proposals, at least in the southeast. And so we'll be watching that as well as other activity across the state. Throughout this meeting, we introduced Cindy and some of the Region 2 folks, but I also wanted to mention that later on, when we get through the Region 2 materials, we'll have staff from Region 4 joining us here, as well as staff for Region 3. We have some proposals that address Nelchina caribou. We need to talk a little bit about predator control, as well as Unit 19C sheep and moose. And I also failed to mention, we have a slew of waterfowl proposals for this meeting. We have Jason Chamber, our waterfowl program lead here, and he'll be presenting that information in person. We're full steam ahead, planning for next year already, Region 5 and Region 3, and we're looking forward to getting back into those regions, and we're all happy to be here, and if any of us can do anything that we're not going to do normally, please reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions from the board members for Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a question, but more of a comment. I detected a support for rah-rah because there's a lot of money that the state could potentially get from the federal government. I would just hope the department doesn't accept money and lose their right of their sovereignty to manage their own wildlife, which that last go-around, there was potentially that problem with the strings attached with those federal dollars.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, yes, we are in lockstep there. Obviously, it needs to read correctly for us to be in support of that. I simply wanted to make the board aware that it is back on the radar and could represent a significant funding source.
Any other questions for Ryan from the board members? Okay, Lisa?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have no updates at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions to Lisa from the board members? Okay, George?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any updates for you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm available for the public during this meeting. If you do have questions for me for proposals before they get on to deliberations, if you give me the heads up, I'll do my best to hunt down answers for you. It's difficult on the weekends, but if you give me a lead time, I'll do my best to get more information for you and for the board to make educated decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, George. Lieutenant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just going through a general overview of AWT, we currently have 91 commissioned law enforcement positions. That includes the colonel. We have 13 vacancies with 3 recruits in the academy, so that'll put us about a 10% vacancy rate, which is pretty normal for us. We're updating our rotary and fixed-wing aircraft. We're looking to get three new R-44s, hopefully within this calendar year. Those will be stationed in Bethel, the Matsu Valley, and Juneau. And along with aircraft, we're training up new pilots to fly those. Medium-class vessels, we currently have one that should be delivered to Valdez within the next, I believe, 3 weeks. And then we have 2 being manufactured in Homer through Bayweld, and those are projected sometime, hopefully in the next year or so. One of our large vessels, the Enforcer, it's an 85-foot vessel down in Juneau, recently has been decommissioned, and we're seeking funds through the legislative process to get that replaced. We're looking at about a 2 to 3 year date on that, hopefully. So other than that, there's really no other updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Any questions for the Lieutenant from the board members?
Mr. Chair, I do have something to add when the time comes. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, George. I guess we're good.
Thank you. Just recently, the President's new budget came out, and it is recommending funding and moving the Office of Assistance Management out of Fish and Wildlife Service and moving it to the Secretary's Office of Indian Affairs. There's been a push in the last 20 years to move OSM out of Fish and Wildlife Service because the Federal Subsistence Board is combined, is made up of 5 federal agencies and then public members. And some of the different folks in different parts of the program would like to see OSM put in something put inside the Department of Interior, outside of being just specifically underneath Fish and Wildlife Service for various reasons. This has come up before, but this is the first time it's actually made it to the budget and it's being discussed. There's a lot of discovery to do. Everybody has to figure out what's next. So this is in its infancy. I don't know. That's all the information I have. I was asked by the public about this earlier today, just to give you a heads up. It shouldn't change the function of our program. It just might have a different business card in a year or 2. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, George. And we'll move on to any questions for George about that? Okay, we'll move on to Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I don't really have any updates from the Department of Law right now, but after Ryan's talk about the Endangered Species Act, I just wanted to mention that a court in California has determined that bumblebees are fish. Thank you.
Okay, we learned something new here. All right, I think that's it for that. We'll move over to, I think Al has a report for us for wood bison.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. After this meeting we had in Ketchikan, Board of Game meeting, the department in Fairbanks had scheduled 3 separate wood bison planning teams for potential release sites in the future. And those sites were the Mento Flats State Refuge Area and the Yukon Flats area and Lower Tanana and Upper Tanana area for potential release sites. And so these were our first meetings with those release sites. And there was large numbers of people that were brought in, village councils, corporations, Safari Club International, AOC, a lot of NGOs. The Board of Game was representative. And the Trappers Association, Big Game Commercial Services. There were a lot of people involved. And so we initially got together to agree that right now we do want bison in these areas, and we're still now in the process of trying to make a management plan. As always, we usually get hung up on allocation of harvest, so that's a large portion of our meeting. We spend a whole day going back and forth on people's thoughts of who's going to get what portion of the bison when they become huntable. When a transplant is going to happen, it's probably going to take at least 15 years plus. For a potential harvest, but that's really based on what the planning team efforts determine what's going to be a sustainable harvest. And then one update on the Lower Anoka. There's another meeting being planned here, potentially in the very near future, and that's to discuss some of the management plan. There might be some updates on harvest strategies, and so right now we're working on that, and Tom Seaton, who's the lead biologist for the wood bison in Alaska, needs to have another meeting. And I would say the current estimated population for Lower Anoka wood bison is right at 150. And so that was with when I mentioned last meeting that we had 28 juvenile bison added to that from Elk Island that we got from the Canadian government. And we're expecting another shipment of basically juvenile bison from Elk Island the year 2024, so next year. So that's what we got going on right then.
Thank you, Al. Any questions for Al from the board members or department? Okay, we're going to step down for a few minutes before we do this, before we move on to the next presentation. Couple minutes, right? Thank you.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, we're going to move on with the presentations. We're going to have a South Central Region overview for the Division of Wildlife Conservation with Cynthia Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for making time for our presentations today. Members of the board, members of the public, and those listening online. For the record, my name is Cynthia Wardlow. I'm the Regional Supervisor for South Central Alaska, which is where we're holding this meeting. With me at the table today, I have Jeff Sellinger, who is my Management Coordinator for the region, and also Dave Sawfeld. Dave Sawfeld is our fur bearer research biologist, and we'll be talking a little bit about some of his projects and going through an overview of what's happening in Region 2 and our staff. We have a number of other staff members present here in the room, some of which you'll be hearing from throughout the rest of this meeting. I've asked them to raise their hands when I mention them so that you can put faces to names, and we're very happy to be here with you today. As you know, Region 2, South Central, we're going to be talking about Units 6, 7, 8, 14C, and 15. We are a lot of coastline and a lot of different major populations. With the population of Alaska at about 736,500 people, one of the things South Central Alaska has a lot of are humans, and we make up about 50% of the people of the state of Alaska within the Region 2 areas. We have area offices in Cordova, Soldotna, and Homer, Kodiak, and Anchorage, and we have other larger associated communities throughout each of those areas, Anchorage being 14C, the Kenai Peninsula being Units 7, 15A, 15B, 15C. The Cordova office manages Unit 6, 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D, and Kodiak being Unit 8. And I apologize, I forgot to mention that a copy of this presentation is available in RC4 tab 1.1. We have varied land status throughout the region. We make up many different land managers. About 61% of the area is federal lands, 18% state lands, 12% native corporations, 7% private or municipal lands, and 2% other. Of the major big game species, the South Central region has every big game species in the state with the exception of bison and muskox. So we have approximately 32 employees in the region, and amongst us we manage caribou, Dall sheep, Sitka black-tailed deer, elk, moose, mountain goats, brown bears, black bears, wolves, and wolverines, along with fur bearer and small game species. And we also have, because of our coastal areas, a lot of really great waterfowl habitat also. Our regional leadership team is made up of myself, Cindy Wardlow, and Tom Loheis, who's not present here today, is our research coordinator. Tom will be joining us tomorrow or Sunday, and also Jeff Sellinger, as I mentioned here at the table with me, is our management coordinator. The three of us make up the regional leadership team. As I mentioned briefly, we have approximately 32 employees in the region. Since our last Board of Game meeting, which was 4 years ago, we've had about a 30% turnover in staff within the region. So you'll see some new faces and also some old ones as we go through our presentations. We have a regional administrative team. They keep us on track financially and make sure that all of our travel paperwork is in order, and make sure that our budget, which is approximately $5 million, gets allocated appropriately between all of the projects. Bernard Nidowich is our admin officer, Melissa Dementieff is our admin assistant, and McKenna Slavensky is our accounting technician. The three of them truly keep us all on track and are often the unsung heroes of what happens so that we can go and do all of the important work that we try to get done. We have a major visitor center in the Anchorage office, the Anchorage Wildlife Information Center, which is staffed with 4 people. It is supervised by a wildlife biologist 1/2 that is currently vacant. We're in the process of recruiting for that position and hope to have it filled in the next month or so. Eric Ballerud is a technician who's been with us for about 16 years and has a wealth of knowledge. Chris Harrington has also been with us now for about 5 years, and Danner Shreve is one of our other technicians who was previously our college intern and has moved up through the ranks and is now a full-time employee. Our region is split largely into 2 different branches with research and management. On the management side, and those are the folks you're going to hear the most from during this meeting, those are our area biologists. Area biologists are the folks who live and work in our communities, and a lot of the work that they do is what you see on the news. But amongst all of those other duties, they also conduct wildlife surveys, intensive management activities, contribute to our research projects and work collaboratively with our other staff and prepare reports and data analysis. One of the things you hear the most about are wildlife-human conflicts, and they are usually the first ones to respond when we have a situation with either, in Region 2, primarily moose and bears, and also responding to waste or other attractant-related issues, primarily with bears, but also, especially at this time of year, with moose. And they also do a lot of wildlife safety education and outreach programs in conjunction with our wildlife education staff. We do a lot of public outreach. We try to be present at as many AC meetings as we can. We also attend community council meetings, board meetings with other agencies like Chugach State Park. We provide comments on projects and permit applications that come through. We have community bear committees in the major areas of Anchorage, the Kenai Peninsula, and also on Kodiak. We coordinate with our partners in law enforcement and work very closely with them. Though most of us are peace officers, our enforcement capabilities are limited, and we work very closely with the troopers in all of our areas to be sure that our messages are consistent and our processes are too. We spend a lot of time with schools and doing public presentations and also doing media interviews, and most common at this point seems to be Nextdoor app posts or anything else that, any way that we can get the word out, we are happy to participate. As I mentioned, the day in the life of an area biologist is often very interesting, and they don't know what to expect. In this particular picture, Corey Stantorf, who is our Anchorage assistant area biologist, has a black bear that has a cheese ball bucket stuck on its head. As I mentioned, waste and attractants are a huge issue, and this particular bear managed to get itself into a tight spot. So they were able to dart that bear and remove the cheese ball bucket. And it's quite the story. So if you have a chance, ask Corey about the day of the bear and the cheese ball bucket. So in Unit 6, we have Charlotte Westing. Charlotte has been with us for a long time, and most of you have met or talked to her before. Charlotte is our Prince William Sound area biologist, and she is a one-woman show for the most part, taking care of Unit 6 with Samantha Renner as our program technician out there. That's a large area, and Charlotte does a great job as basically the only DWC employee in that office. Units 7 and 15, where we are now on the Kenai Peninsula. For the Soldotna office, we have Nick Fowler, who is our most recent area biologist. Nick's been with us now for a little over a year, and you'll be hearing a lot from him this week. We also have Jacob Pelham, who is our wildlife biologist 1, and Sarah Newberry, who is our newest technician in the Soldotna office. If you've been in that office, you've probably talked to at least one of them, if not all of them. In the Homer office, we have Jason Harriman, and we also hire Andy Pollock, who works for fisheries, and Andy works with us for about 3 months out of the year to assist with all of the projects we have going on down there. And this is specifically on the management side. I'll talk about the research biologists shortly. In Unit 8, we have Nate Svoboda. Nate has been down in Kodiak for about a decade now, maybe a little bit more. And assisting Nate is Bill Dunker. Some of you may remember Bill when he was the area biologist in Nome, and we were able to to convince Bill to move to Kodiak, which has been fantastic. He's been a great addition to our team. We're very happy to have him. And both Nate and Bill will be doing presentations for you throughout this week. Also, Katrina Wandersee is our program technician there, and Katrina has been part of our team for a long time now, too. In 14C, the Anchorage area, we have Dave Battle. And Dave Battle is assisted by Corey Stantorf and also by Tim Spivey, our regional wildlife biologist. One of the things of note is that this is Dave Battle's last Board of Game meeting. Dave will be retiring this year, and so he has been a fixture, certainly, for a lot of us for a long time. So please ask Dave all of the questions you want while you have time. Kenai Peninsula moose research is a big focus for us, especially post-burn and even before that. This is a species that is of huge public value and also of research value. After this presentation, you'll hear from Thomas McDonough and Dan Thompson on the work that they've been doing. So I'm just going to give you a very brief update on what they've been working on. Thomas McDonough is based in Homer, and he works in primarily units 15A and 15C, looking at population dynamics, pregnancy and twinning rates, and nutritional status of moose. And he's often assisted by Ori Badejos, who is our GIS analyst. Ori is involved in almost all of our research projects at one level or another, keeping all of our collar information and GPS locations straight. She is a huge asset to our team. Also here on the Kenai, we have the Moose Research Center, which is a pretty fantastic place. And they have ongoing long-term projects along with grad students and others who work with them. At the MRC, they're regularly looking at nutritional requirements for pregnancy and lactation. Dan has been working on projects with thermal stress and the use of shade to conserve energy. They're also very involved in field work in units 15A and 15B, looking at the burn areas on the Kenai Peninsula, body condition, pregnancy, and nutritional status. John Kraus is the wildlife physiologist who is in charge of the Moose Research Center. Dan Thompson is our research biologist who assists. And we currently have a vacant technician position at the Moose Research Center, which we will be recruiting for. If it's not up yet, it will be very soon. We also have a lot of sheep and goat research happening in the region. Tom Loheis, as I mentioned, our research coordinator, also functions as our primary sheep researcher in the region. You've heard presentations from him, specifically talking about sheep research and some statewide implications, along with Brad Wendling. Kyle Smith is our coastal ungulate biologist. He works with Tom on a lot of our sheep projects, and will also be starting a goat project with Charlotte Westing in the Cordova area coming up in the next year. We do bear research also. Brown and black bear research are primarily conducted by Sean Farley, though we have other projects that are ongoing in the region and some that are going to get started. We also have the Kenai Brown Bear Project, which has been ongoing for a long time, looking at reproductive rates, recruitment rates, and survival. And as I mentioned, that's a long-term data set. We have a very active fur bearer research program. As I mentioned, Dave Saalfeld is here at the table with me, and I'm going to turn over the next few slides to him. A lot of his work is being done in Anchorage and on the Kenai Peninsula. And with that, I will let Dave walk us through these next few slides.
Thanks, Cindy. So the three projects we're highlighting right now for this region are the population dynamics of wolves in South Central Alaska. And this is a project Jeff Selinger and I launched back in 2017. So we're starting a long-term data set down here for wolf populations. And then the Canada Lynx movements and population dynamics, we started that back in 2019. And that's a collaborative effort between Fish and Game and Department of Defense, JBEAR, right there in Anchorage. And then we also just recently launched a Wolverine project where we're looking at Wolverine movements and habitat use in GMU 14C. Just to give you a little bit of what we found so far in some of these projects. So this doesn't have the most recent data. We just finished captures, actually this week, we finished on Monday for wolves. But for the first 5-6 years, we've caught 112 wolves down here on the Kenai, 94 unique wolves. and then 18 of those were recaptures. And that little bar graph on the side there shows you the distribution of age. So we're catching a lot more subadults than the mature animals, which makes sense, which that's what makes up most of the wolf population anyways. And of our captures, that would be 52 males and 42 females. Just crunching the numbers, those captures come out to approximately 82 wolves in our study area, which is just GMU 15, so everybody knows it's not the whole Kenai. We're just focusing on GMU 15 right now. And that would be 13 packs, 3 pairs, and 6 singles in our study area is what we came up with. That gives you a density estimate around 8.8 wolves per 1,000 kilometers squared. Current pack sizes range from 3 to 11 individuals with an average of 6.4 wolves. 15A, we're seeing a lot more singles and pairs in the rest of the study area. And the largest pack size we documented so far in the Kenai was 17 wolves, and that was back in 2018. To date, we've had 64 reported and documented mortalities. That's approximately 70% of our collar wolves have turned up as mortalities. And the little pie graph on the side there shows you the distribution of what the source of mortality is. So 47% of the mortalities were traps, 30 were hunted, 20% natural, and 3% roadkill. Only one mortality so far, which is really unique that we found so far, has been attributed to other wolves. And if you look in the literature, especially interior Alaska, you see a lot more mortality of wolves killing other wolves. Like 2 packs get together and they have a dispute, and several wolves will kill each other. And we've only documented 1, and just recently we found our second one here in 15A just maybe 2 weeks ago. So that's a really unique thing we found so far in the study area. The rest of the natural mortalities were likely due to injuries and starvation. One other thing I would like to note is 8 of the collared wolves were caught in traps after the season was closed. So some leftover traps were out there, and several wolves have been caught after the season was closed. And with these raw mortality rates, that's a 30% mortality rate annually. And this is just a quick map to show you just some of the dispersals. So you can see most of our movements are started on the Kenai, but we've had some very long distance movements of wolves off the Kenai. The yellow line there is actually a mature female that went all the way up to the North Slope, almost made it through the pass, and then turned around and spent a lot of time right there on the beginning of the North Slope there, the Brooks Range there. And we've had several other ones disperse very long distances, and they continue to keep leaving the Kenai, and we've had several more that I can throw in the map for future presentations. Just to jump into the next project, we have the Canada Lynx Movement Project. And that, like I mentioned, this is a joint project between Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson, and Fish and Game. And to date, so the peak of the hair cycle, so everybody knows lynx track the hair cycle pretty regularly, and it's approximately a 9 to 11 year cycle where lynx numbers follow the hair numbers. And we started probably right after the peak in acreage, so the peak was probably around 2018, and so we still had high lynx numbers when we started. So we caught about 9 to 10 individuals a year, and we've tracked them for several years now, and really unique data set where we could see their home ranges start real small when the hair numbers are high, and as hair numbers get lower, they start moving out and making bigger movements. In one of my next slides, I'll show you one of the really long distance movements that went all the way to Haines Junction. A lot of these lynx in our study area are very trap happy. We've caught several of them over almost 9 to 10 times in 1 year. So we have really good trapping success. And so far, since it's a urban population, we've had 17 mortalities, but most of them have been DLPs and roadkills. And this is what I was talking about. This is one of the males we caught the first year. It left Anchorage in the beginning of the spring, went all the way to Haines Junction, spent the whole summer over there, and about midwinter started making its way back and actually got caught in an avalanche in the Wrangles. So we never were able to get the collar back. It's in an avalanche chute, but it almost made it all the way back. It was almost like a straight line, the same path that came across. It was following on its way back to Alaska. And just to highlight this last project, we'll move into the Wolverine one. And this is just a recent project. My predecessor did a lot of work on wolverine, the Chugach, and the Kenai. And this is just to kind of take off and take at another level to what he's already started looking at. So to date, we've caught 7 wolverine in the Chugach, 4 females and 3 males. So far, wolverines have shown very distinct home ranges, very little overlap between them, and sexes don't even overlap at all, it seems like. And what we found so far is really unique is we have Wolfpack's collared in 14C, and we have the collared wolverine. And the 2 mortalities we actually had were documented from wolves killing the 2 collared wolverines. And we were able to show the movements of the collared wolves actually getting the collared wolverine and be able to get up there right almost immediately and have fixed wing overhead seeing the wolves get the wolverine. And this is what I was talking about with the very distinct home ranges. The light green and the red are the 2 big males we have collared, and you can see their home ranges do not overlap at all. And then you can see the females, which are the blue, purple, and yellow. They overlap with the males, but they show no overlap between the individual females. So home ranges in this area for wolverine are showing very distinct home ranges between them.
Thank you, Dave. And so that takes us through kind of our 10,000-foot view of things that are happening in Region 2. And at this point, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to address those.
Board members, go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave, this question's for you. So on slide 26 there with the movement of the links all the way into to Haynes Junction and then back, obviously that seems pretty exceptional to someone like me who doesn't know a whole lot about it. Is that pretty normal, or is that what are you seeing as far as movements like that for those links?
Through the chair. So I'm not the only one studying links right now in Alaska. There's an interior study based out of the refuges like Yukon Flats and through the Fish and Wildlife Service. And they're seeing a lot more movements than I've been seeing. So most of mine are, Anchorage based, and then they disperse maybe I have one down the Kenai right now above Ski Lac. I didn't show that one. I just recently moved down here. And then I have several that moved into the valley. But this is the first one that made this such a long distance. But the interior ones seem to move a lot more, and they have a lot better data set of showing really long distance dispersals.
Oh, that's great. Thanks a lot.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, on your Wolverine movements, basically almost the last slide if it wasn't. What's the takeaway message on that, and how much of that area of those few Wolverine is representative or to the portion of the actual Chugach area?
Through the chair, Member Barrett. So this started as a project where my predecessor was trying to come up with a survey design to estimate how many Wolverine are out there. And what we started seeing was that with the Jay Bear moose hunts, we were seeing large number of Wolverines actually move down out of the mountains for the gut piles. And so we were starting to wonder if our surveys were biased because there was some concentrations of Wolverines that weren't being detected in actual surveys. So we started collaring these when they were concentrating down on base to try to better set up our Wolverine surveys. And so that's where this project first started, is a way of designing a better Wolverine survey. And I guess the take-home message shows that, to be honest, you could almost take Wolverine home ranges and knowing how big the males and females are, and you can almost use home range size to estimate how many are out there now.
Okay, thank you. I'll think on that some more.
I don't see any other questions. I have a couple. It was interesting. I've never heard of DLP links. Was that for protecting chickens, or?
Through the chair, yes. There was actually 7 of those. All those were chickens, hillside chickens in Anchorage. So there is some of that data that's not in there yet. Of the mortalities, there is probably 6 illegal take in Anchorage. So either illegal trapping or a lot of times it's a cut collar thrown in a field. and then 7 DLPs, and then 3 or 4 roadkills. So a lot of a lot of different sources of mortality for lynx in Anchorage.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. And how are your moose calves doing this year in this region?
Excuse me. Yeah, Member Hoffman, our moose population seems to be doing well throughout all of Region 2. I'm sorry for stumbling from it. I was thinking which moose calves in particular. 14C, our moose populations are doing well. Our indications on the Kenai is that the moose populations are doing well. In Cordova, same thing, stable populations, and we have no moose in Unit 8. So if there was a more specific question about moose calves, I'd be happy to try to address that more clearly.
Yeah, I should have been more clear. So are you finding calf survival rate during this deep snow? Are you getting mortality from that?
Our next presentation will be from Thomas McDonough and Dan Thompson, and Thomas has been working specifically on moose survival rates and will probably be best set up to address that during his presentation.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for your presentation. And looks like cheese ball buckets make good black bear muzzles. Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Cynthia. Okay, and before we move on, I'd like to recognize we had another longtime past board member show up, Mr. Ted Spraker. Is he still here? Hey, Ted, good to see you. Okay, we're going to move on to the Kenai Peninsula Moose Research and post-fire monitoring with Dan Thompson and Thomas McDonough.
Board members, you may be looking for the presentation online. The uploading is taking a little bit longer than we anticipated. It's hopefully going to be online shortly for you to see, but if you're not finding it, that's why.
All right, thank you for having me here today. My name is Dan Thompson. I'm a wildlife biologist at the Kenai Moose Research Center. This presentation is in RC4 tab 1.2a. Today I'm going to talk to you about some research that we've been doing on the Kenai after some of the large wildfires we've had. This is a very large project with a lot of folks from the research and management staff from Region 2, as well as the Wildlife Habitat Enhancement and Spatial Analysis Program. Too many people to list, as well as all the pilots that we've used to do our work here. So just to give you a quick overview of those that are not from the Kenai, it's split up into 2 GMUs, GMU 7 in the eastern half, which is predominantly the mountains, and then GMU 15 on the western half. Today I'm going to be talking to you about research in 15A and 15B in the northwest portion of the Kenai. Some quick fire history. We had some very large burns in the last century, the 1947 burn, as well as the 1969 burn, and those put some fairly large fire burn on the landscape and resulted in a very large response from the moose population. And so a lot of this stuff happened prior to 1970, and from 1970 to 2010 there was very little fire on the landscape. So what that resulted in was around 2010 a lot of mid to late seral forests on the landscape. So in the images you see here on the left, that's a boreal forest stand. Birch and aspen tree is about 35 years old. It's out of reach of moose at that point. It's above the height and the diameter for them to break. There's not much for them to eat in the understory. Again, in that middle picture, that's about a 120-year-old stand. And again, there's not a whole lot in the realm for a moose. Lastly, on the black spruce stand on the right, you can see again very little forage during the summer for these animals. Well, this all changed fairly quickly. Starting in 2014, we had a very large Funny River fire, and then again in 2019, the Swan Lake fire. And so what this resulted in was a very big landscape fires that we see in both GMU 15B, the Funny River fire, and then again in Swan Lake fire, in addition to the Card Street fire we had in 2015. So it really changed the landscape in the sense of a moose. So those images I showed you before now look something like this. The image on the left, that is a stand that was burned out, and all those little whips you see coming up are aspen seedlings or saplings coming up. On the right, that is the year after the Funny River fire. In May, you can see all the fireweeds starting to come up. So the available forage for moose changed very quickly in these areas. And so how do we actually quantify that in the realm of a moose? And so there's really two ways to do that. First, you can look at the vegetation. So there's been different types of vegetation surveys done by the department over time. The winter browse surveys, this is very a technique used in the interior and out west, where you're going out in March and April and documenting the amount of browse offtake from moose. Well, after a fire, you don't have that on the landscape, particularly the first few years. The other way to do it is looking at the summer forage quality and quantity. You're going out and documenting what is there during the growing season, and that's the time of the year that moose are putting on body fat and lean muscle to go into winter. The other way to do it is actually looking at the animal. This is called the animal indicator concept, and this is that the animal is an indicator of its relationship with the environment. So in this case, you'd catch a moose in November and you'd take a rump fat measurement, which John Cross is doing here, and that is an indicator of the nutrition of that animal, and it should be an indicator of how well the habitat was for that animal over the summer to accumulate all that fat going into winter. So today I'm just going to talk to you quickly about two different techniques we're doing. We're looking at both at the moose itself as well as some vegetation sampling towards the end. So everything I'm describing today is a longitudinal study. That means this isn't just a point in time project. It's looking at animals or habitat over time and taking a lot of measurements and trying to document it over the course of the year and through the years past the fire. And we've really looked at three different aspects of this project. First, looking at the adult female moose. Second, we started looking at calves. And then after the Swan Lake fire, with some more road access, looking at habitat quality. So for the adult cows, we started this in 2014, right after the Funny River fire. And what we were doing was you're comparing adult moose that were in the Funny River fire footprint in GMU 15B against those animals in 15A, which would be in those older habitat stands. And we're looking at things like body condition, twinning surveys, and through GPS collars, their habitat use. And so again, this is what we call a longitudinal study. So you'd start beginning on left there. In March, we'd go out and we'd catch a female cow, and we'd get the body condition of that animal. We could get pregnancy status from their blood. We then also look at their parturition in that spring. Did they give birth to singletons or twins? Did they carry that calf over the summer? What habitats did they use? All that stuff that goes on during the growing season, how does that accumulate into their body condition that next fall and their ability to become pregnant? And then looking at that going through the winter, and how does that subsequently affect their parturition that following spring? And again, this is looking at trying to get individual animals over the course of the year and then following these animals over time. So this is a very long-term data set. So today I'm just going to give you a very quick overview, just looking at some of the data that we have looking for the growing season. So what influences an animal's ability to put on body fat and lean mass going into the winter, and does that influence their pregnancy in the adult females? So a few of the things that we collect on this is body condition. Again, this is a rump fat measurement and has been validated at our facility to basically determine how much body fat these animals have. So on the graph on the left, you can see that is November rump fat measurements from our females that we've captured starting in 2014 going through 2021. The blue is those animals in the fire footprint in the Funny River Fire. And you can see the first 3 years, there was not much difference between animals in the burn and in the old habitat. But we do see a change in body condition in those animals after year 3. And then you can see around in 2019 is when the Swan Lake fire occurred in GMU 15A, which are the black dots. And we actually see a response in those animals in 2021. Similarly, if you look at our March body fat estimates, we see that those animals in the burn area tend to have a little bit higher body condition than those in the old growth forest. Some other things that we consider are the length of growing season. So these two animals were captured at the same time in March. Those animals that live down here on the flats are probably going to be exposed to greener vegetation longer and potentially have more resources to build their body fat and protein going into winter versus an animal caught up, say, on Tustamina Bench, which has a very shorter growing season. We also look at habitat and the vegetation that these animals have. So in 2017, the department, along with our partners, federal partners, got together and put in a big effort to create a new vegetation map for the Kenai. And one of the things that the department pushed for was to get understory percent cover of all the vegetation because it was really driven based off of the dominant tree species. And we wanted to know what was under the trees. That's what the moose are using. And so by doing that, we got the percent cover in all these different polygons. And we can then use our information from the Moose Research Center. And I believe you guys might have seen some of that at break. But we can then identify which species moose are using and determine which of these habitats are higher quality based off of what forage is there. And we basically created a habitat suitability index off of that. We also went back into the Funny River fire footprint in 2020 and remapped the vegetation in there just to show the difference as those burn stands are starting to grow back. And we also are doing the same thing in the Swan Lake fire footprint. So we're collecting a lot of vegetation data to kind of back up the map that we have for showing what is good habitat for moose. Then what we can do is take the GPS collar data. We can create home range sizes for those animals. So this is a home range from during the summer, May 15 through September 15, be the time period you assume a female moose would have demands for lactation. And we can take this home range and we can then overlay it over that vegetation map. And we can determine, based off of this, moose that spent time in better habitats would versus an animal that had spent a portion of their home range in a poor habitat. And so these are all the different variables that we're looking at in these models that I'm about to show you. So some very quick results from that. This graph here shows on the x-axis on the bottom, as a female moose has more body fat in November, it has a higher probability of being pregnant. So this is a relationship that shows that the better body condition you are, the better chance you are of being pregnant that fall or being bred that fall. Well then, what influences their body fat? We also found a relationship with their habitat use and body fat. So a moose that use habitat with higher forage and a higher quality have higher, over the course of the summer, have higher fat levels in November. So we've shown here that the habitat is influencing their body condition, and their body condition thus is influencing their probability of being pregnant. So again, this was a very short snapshot of some of our data looking at the summer season. The intent is to look at it over the course of this whole year and over time. And so things that we can look at then are, does body condition influence the survival of that cow over the course of the year? Does their body condition, particularly in March, influence their calf survival over the next summer? These are things that we're exploring with some of this data we have. Next, looking at calves. The calf part of this was it's called the silver spoon effect. It's basically a calf that is born in a good habitat should have a better future reproductive success. So age of first reproduction sooner and produce more animals over the long term. And that's the idea that we're looking at starting in this part of the project. So what we did, we started catching 10-month-old calves in March every year, starting in 2018. We started putting GPS collars on 15 of the females beginning in 2018 every year. And then as we started doing the same with the males in 2020. And all these animals that we're collecting, we're getting body mass on them as well. So the idea is to see if those animals that are in a poor habitat as a calf, do they then have an age at first reproduction that's different than animals that are born in a different type of habitat. We're also looking at survival rates of those animals in home range. And then also the antler development. So if you're a bull calf, if you're a small bull calf at 10 months of age, do you have bigger antlers that first year? Does the habitat that you use the subsequent years affect your antler development through time? So some quick data on this. When we look at the body masses of our calves that we've caught, they are not differing between those animals caught in an old seral versus an early seral habitat. So particularly those first 2 years, 2018 and 2019, we still had a very good contrast between the Funny River fire footprint and the pre-burned area in 15A. And we haven't seen a difference in body masses of these animals over that time frame. The only things that we do see is that on average our males are about 9 kilograms heavier than our female calves. When you look at age at first reproduction, so these are calves caught at 10 months old, and at 2 years of age, did they reproduce? And so we do see that both in 15A and 15B, we do see those animals reproducing, and there isn't really a difference between those two areas. We do see a difference in survival rate, however. Those animals in 15A tend to have a lower survival rate than in 15B, at least up to date. Again, we have several more cohorts on the air that are moving up, and these figures, as well as the next slide, will start to add more sample sizes to them. As far as all the moose calves that we've caught on the Kenai that we have collared, we can see a difference in survival rate between our females and our males. You can see that the male moose have a much lower survival rate, and particularly in 15A, those males, their survival rate's about 40%. Again, this is with 5 cohorts on the air for females and 3 for the bulls. We also have 2 additional cohorts. We just finished capturing one last week, and then we'll do one more next year. So for the bulls, one of the things that we're interested in is, so if you're captured at 10-month-old in March of this year, what is your antler size going to be this next fall? And so what we're starting to see is that those bull calves that are heavier in March tend to have larger antler configurations the following fall. And the idea then is to follow these animals through time. So these are the pictures you see there. Those are both 16-month-old males, and we'll follow those same males up to see when they reach a legal harvest age by our current harvest restrictions. And to do that, first we needed to get some preliminary data to use some of our photogrammetry metrics. So you can take a picture like you see there on the right, and through some of the programs you can measure the distances between the pedicles, and you can establish a relationship from that. And with that relationship, then you can estimate the antler width. A lot of the ceiling data that we've collected the last 3 years, the management staff has taken over 200 photos of all these animals and enabled us to get to this point. And so what that allows us to do is to go back to those collared bulls that we have every fall and take pictures of them from the air, and then we can get antler configuration and estimate their antler widths. So for instance, this is a 3.5-year-old bull. He has 2 brow points on each side, so he wouldn't be legal on the Kenai for that, and we estimate him at about 49 inches wide with our method. Just to note, this year we did have 2 of our 3.5-year-old bulls harvested for as legal bulls, one by brow points and one by width. And last, I'm just going to talk to you about our habitat quality and how we're working on that. So I title this Think Like a Moose, and so this really goes back to more of a rangeland type situation, and drawing on some of the stuff that has been done, like in the lower 48 for cattle and some other species, where we actually go out and quantify what's on the ground for those animals. And the idea is there's a lot of plants out there that moose do not eat. So we're not going out there and trying quantifying everything. What we're trying to do is quantify the plants that the moose are eating during that time of the year and the parts of the plants that they're eating, because it changes. And there should be some videos that you might have seen of our moose at the MRC eating different forages. And so that's what we do, is we watch our captive animals forage, and then we mimic that in the field to sample what those animals would be consuming that time of year. And the idea is then to look at how much is there, but then also to put it in the context of the digestible energy and digestible protein. Those are your two things that are allowing these animals to put on lean muscle mass and fat in the summer in preparation for winter. So as you all know, and every hunter in Alaska knows, moose habitat and the quality of habitat increases after a fire. 10 to 20 years after a fire, you expect to see a big response from the moose population. Well, nobody's actually ever measured that, and so that's what we're trying to do. And so what we're doing after the Swan Lake fire, we're going out to these easily accessible roadside plots, and we're going during the summer months, and we are sampling what's there that the moose would actually eat. So we're looking at fireweed rows, as well as the leaves of your deciduous trees and shrubs. And we're doing transects, and we're quantifying how much is there, and then we're collecting samples for nutritional analysis to do the protein and energy. Similarly, we're doing the same thing in the winter months. So we go out to those sites, and in these time periods, we're looking at predominantly the twigs of those deciduous trees and shrubs, but we're also looking at other things that we see our moose at the MRC eating if there's not snow on the ground. So they eat a lot of low bush cranberry, wintergreen, and dogwood in those shoulder seasons if it's not covered in snow. So we're trying to quantify these things over the course of the year and through time to actually show that relationship of the changing habitat and its availability for moose. So just to give you a quick idea of the comparison, on the left there, that is the Swan Lake burn. And the first year afterwards, obviously, there's a lot of fireweed. There's a few little aspens in there, but it's predominantly fireweed. That's what's available for moose to consume. The picture on the right, that is an older growth stand. That was from the 1947 burn. So you can see it's a much larger stand of trees. The only thing that's really available in the summer in there is you can see the high bush cranberry. There's some other random roses and fireweed, but very, very much different from the burned out stand. And so this graph just shows you the biomass that we've estimated in these areas. So that gray line with the triangles, that is the available biomass in the burned area. And you can see it goes up quite a bit during the summer months, and then there is almost nothing in those areas in the winter months. As that site progresses, as the trees and shrubs start growing up, we expect to see that winter habitat become more available. Compare that to the old growth stand, very little during the summer, and there is also, but it does show a little bit of forage available in those winter months that these animals can use. Similarly, we look at a black spruce stand, again, predominantly fireweed after the fire. Within that black spruce stand, there is not much to eat for moose in the summer months. However, they do have a lot of cranberries in there that would be available for moose in the winter months if there's no snow. So again, same type of graph, same type of figures we see here with that burned out stand having a lot more biomass during the summer and pretty much nothing in the winter months. But you do see those kind of peaks in the black circles in our shoulder seasons, and that's, again, cranberries that we are documenting in those black spruce stands. So just quickly in conclusion, what I've shown for you today, and I'm not sure, actually, I think my conclusion slides aren't on here. Anyways, I'll just give them to you verbally. So for adult female moose, we've shown that there is a relationship between higher habitat quality and the body condition of females. And then that body condition of females in the fall is also an indication of their probability of being pregnant. In our calves, we haven't seen much difference between body masses in those animals. Part of that is probably because we're catching them in March, and the biggest, strongest calves are the ones that survive to March, and so we're probably catching those animals. In regards to the bull calves, we do see a relationship between their calf weight as a 10-month-old and their antler metrics that first year. And now that those animals are starting to get older in age, we're able to start documenting when those bulls are reaching legal size. And the intent is to look at the habitat that those animals use to see if those antler metrics are correlated with their habitat use. And lastly, on habitat quality, we're just trying to actually document that increase in forage and quality after a fire that we all know occurs, but it's never been formally documented. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? We'll start with Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan, thanks so much for that presentation. So you had a slide in there that talked about a survival rate. Those moose that you've lost, that you studied, have you able to determine what caused their death?
Yeah, we try and get out to all of them as soon as we can. We've got, obviously, wolves and bears take a fair number. We do have some that are road kills, some that are just freak accidents, like falling in a creek and they can't get out. We do have hunter harvest on some of our collared bulls. We've had 2, I believe, harvested as spikes, and now 2 harvested as legal adults. So we do try and document that as best as we can.
Thanks, Dan.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan. That was great. I always learned something new. I didn't know cranberries were a moose food, so that's something new. But on your antler development on slide 1, that 5-year study, did you guys take any consideration into natural gene transfer?
So that's always something to consider. And we collect samples from all these animals for blood. We haven't specifically addressed that part of it. The idea is that the nutrition is driving it, and since they're all within a similar population structure, that they should be similar genetics. I do know our predecessors, Chris Huttermark, tried to do some of that a long time ago, comparing genetics from interior moose to Kenai moose, and I don't think anything ever came about that, but it is something we can consider. But we're looking more at the nutritional angle.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Dan, for that presentation. It was
Thank
really
you.
good. Thank you. Okay, we're going to step down for a few minutes. For the presenter for this next section is on his way here, so hopefully we'll probably step down for about 10 minutes.
Okay, we call the Board of Game meeting back to order, and I guess we're in the second half of the Kenai Peninsula Moose Research and Post-Fire Monitoring Report. Is that correct? Okay, so you may go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Thomas McDonough. I'm a research biologist for Fish and Game based in Homer. My presentation, I believe, is RC4 tab 1.2 Bravo. Moose research was initiated on the Kenai Peninsula in 2012. The focus was to gather baseline data to guide effective management actions after the board called for predator control in the two subunits that are intensive management populations for moose on the Kenai Peninsula, units 15A and 15C. This talk will focus on two aspects of the research. First, I'll briefly summarize 10 years of data on nutritional condition, productivity, and survival of moose, how these data relate to density dependence and why that's relevant. Secondly, I'll show preliminary data on research looking at the type and strength of wolf limitation on moose, which attempts to quantify the level of compensatory mortality of wolves on moose. The two study locations for this research are subunits 15A and 15C. 15A is 1,300 square miles of flat topography with old Cyril spruce forest to the east, where about 150,000 acres burned in 2019. The western side is mixed birch spruce forest that hasn't had significant habitat improvements in over 50 years. In short, 15A is relatively poor quality moose habitat holding a declining low-density moose population. 15C is very different. It has high elevation willow habitat as well as wide, frequently disturbed willow riparian areas. Because of these differences, 15C holds 4 times the moose density than in 15A and is one of the highest moose densities in the state. I want to take a moment to provide a framework for why we would study nutritional condition in intensive management areas in context with density dependence. Density dependence defines a parabolic relationship between population size on the x-axis and recruitment on the y-axis, given the carrying capacity, or K, of the habitat, or more descriptively called the animal-indicated nutritional carrying capacity, a term used by Monteith et al. 2014. When a population is near carrying capacity, or on the right side of this curve, the corresponding recruitment is low, and the moose population would show consistent indications of nutritional constraints. When the population size is below carrying capacity, recruitment is high at its peak between optimal and maximum sustained yield. Sustainable harvest is essentially equivalent to recruitment, so maximum harvest occurs when a population, prey population, is at densities about 1/2 of its carrying capacity, and evidence of nutritional constraints are low. Predator control is effective for increasing harvest when prey population is on the left side of this curve, when prey are held at low densities and there are few signs of nutritional constraints, and predation mortality is mostly additive. Managing the effects of successful predator control is challenging when the moose population is on the right side of the curve, when there are signs of nutritional constraints and predation mortality may be largely compensatory. To make effective management choices, we need to know where that prey population is in respect to its carrying capacity. This relationship is axiomatic for wildlife management. It predicts sustainable harvests, and it has been understood in the field since the 1930s. We quantified many different measures of nutritional condition for moose, including survival, which is often contingent on animal condition. Many of these are nested. I'll review some of these measures before I put them in context with density dependence based on comparative studies. When we capture a moose, as Dan talked about, we can estimate its body fat using ultrasound measurement of rump fat. And this graph shows box plots of body fat of adult cows separated by season and calf status, taken from over 700 measurements. It shows that cows that had a calf and lactated for an extended period of time had a significantly lower body fat than cows without that cost of reproduction. And the difference was more pronounced in subunit 15A cows than it was in 15C. Body fat predicts animal performance. Specifically, it can predict the productivity measures such as parturition, which is the percentage of cows that give birth. This graph shows the variation in parturition across multiple game management units taken from Borchi et al. 2007 paper, Schwartz and Huntermark, and unpublished 16B data for cows that are greater than or equal to 3 years of age. The sample size for our recent 15A and 15C data is nearly 1,000 observations. Both 15A and 15C are on the low side of biological potential, indicating some level of nutritional constraint. Critique of this metric is it lumps all adult cow ages together, and it doesn't consider the age distribution of the moose sampled. To overcome that, we can measure the age-specific fecundity, or the average number of calves born per female by cow age. These are smooth curves of 4 different game management units using over 2,400 cow observations and incorporate variation in parturition and twinning rate, age at first reproduction, and senescence. Moose in 16B, which is work done by John Krause in 2005 through 2009, were considered below carrying capacity. And 20A work done by Borchi, moose were considered at or near carrying capacity. 15A and 15C moose were in between. And these differences have management implications. For example, in 15C, if 15C moose had the age-specific production found in 16B, the 15C harvest would be 50 to 100 moose per year higher than it is now, and that can be the difference between meeting or failing to meet intensive management objectives. So understanding these curves can tell us the current biological potential of the population, which can inform management. Adult cow survival over the past 10 years has averaged around 90% in both units, which is normal. The 10-month survival of short yearlings is low in 15A, averaging about 15%, likely indicating the population was continuing to decline. The average short yearling survival in 15C is 26%, which may allow for some level of population stability. Some of the yearly variability we find in both calf and adult estimates in Unit 15C is likely influenced by snow conditions. This graph shows the individual yearly estimates of adult cow survival correlated with late winter snow depth. The relationship between survival and snow depth is weak in 15A, likely because snow depths typically do not get to levels that would directly influence survival in that unit. However, in 15C, snow deposition is frequently much deeper than 15A, often at or above known thresholds that would affect moose condition. So the negative relationship between snow depth and survival is stronger in Unit 15C than it is in 15A. While deep snow winter is generally considered a density independent event, meaning it affects the population regardless of that population's density. Density can be a lurking variable. When densities are high, moose are in poor condition and have fewer body reserves to cope with deep snow events. This negative impact of deep snow on survival is more acute for calves. This graph shows the same correlation of snow with short yearling survival. There's no relationship between snow depth and survival in 15A, but there is a negative impact in 15C. Calves, given their smaller stature and lower body reserves, are more vulnerable to deep snow winters than adults. I want to summarize the nutritional constraints we took by comparing our statistics to Bohr's 1992 study that ranked measures from 16 published works as well as other regional comparisons, over 40 total, or nearly 40 total, to rank the nutritional measures we quantify in context with density dependence. Specifically, if a given metric positioned the moose population below near, or at carrying capacity. So our data indicate that while some measures we took are relatively okay, most indicate some level of nutritional constraint for both 15A and 15C, putting most measures near carrying capacity. So in the context with density dependence, and the curve shown earlier, both populations in 15A and 15C are clearly on the right side of the curve and show some negative effects. So I'm going to switch gears now and talk about preliminary results of our study looking at wolf limitation on moose. The prey population's response to mortality is variable depending on the particular dynamics of the system. Limiting factors that are often broadly defined as those with any depressive effect, where the prey population doesn't necessarily return to the previous densities if the limiting factor is removed. In other words, there may or may not be a compensatory response, where increases in predation result in compensatory declines in other causes of mortality. A regulating factor requires a density-dependent feedback, where a predation responds to greater prey density by increasing predation rate or increasing predator numbers. Over time, regulating factors can hold prey populations at low densities well under carrying capacity, and if the predator population is reduced, the prey population would increase to a higher density in equilibrium, which is the response you would hope for in a successful intensive management program. If predators are regulating prey, most of the predation mortality would be additive, not compensatory. There are other types of limiting factors, such as compensatory or inverse density dependence, where predation rate or prey numbers increase as the prey population declines, and density-independent factors such as random weather events can also play into limiting prey populations. Knowing the type of limitation can guide wise management actions. Our study is attempting to determine the type and strength of wolf limitation on moose by looking at the age and condition of moose killed by wolves. Ballard et al.'s 1987 study from Unit 13 showed that the age and condition of wolf-killed moose was equivalent to those that died incidentally. This implies that wolves were regulating that moose population. Very few studies have directly compared the age and condition of wolf-killed moose to the general population during the same time of year. We compared the condition of wolf-killed moose with that of a control group taken from roadkills, which are assumed to be a representative cross-section of the population. Our study models Sinclair and Narcisse's classic 1995 ecology paper from their work in Africa. Competing hypotheses are the predator regulation hypothesis, where wolves are holding moose below levels where the prey would show nutritional constraints. If regulation is occurring, the condition of wolf kills would be similar to the control population, like in Ballard's work. The surplus predation hypothesis is where predators kill prey that are in poor condition, supporting compensatory mortality of wolf predation on moose, rejecting regulations. So the condition of wolf-killed moose would be poorer than the control. The unique dynamics in each of the three subunits in Game Management Unit 15 make for an interesting testing of these hypotheses. 15A is a chronically declining moose population with nutritional constraints. 15B is a low-density population showing the effects of habitat improvements made by fires, which burned over 200,000 acres, or nearly 200,000 acres in 2009 and 2014. And 15C is a high-density population which experiences periodic deep snow winters. So given these differences, it's probable that the impact of wolf predation on moose may vary in type and degree in each of these three subunits. But given the preliminary stage of our data collection, I'll be lumping all the data together across these units. With GPS-collared wolves, we periodically assess the wolf locations in late winter. This map shows an example of wolf locations from GPS collars acquiring a location every 2 to 4 hours. We developed a series of thresholds to help define when a cluster of wolves likely means they killed a moose. Every couple weeks, from January through April, we refresh the map of recent wolf clusters that indicate potential moose kills, shown here, and we go investigate the sites and collect samples. For our control, the public submits equivalent samples from salvaged roadkill moose. So at each site and for each roadkill, we collect a tooth for aging, determine sex, and collect a femur for bone marrow fat analysis. Bone marrow fat is the last body fat to be metabolized, so if it is compromised, the animal is displaying severe malnutrition. For additional information on condition, we also looked at osteoarthritis and tooth pathology. There are 3 shear forces that may act on the vertebrae joint during locomotion: up and down movement, side to side, and axial rotation. And the one joint that incurs the greatest stress on all 3 of these planes is the lumbosacral joint. That's the joint between the sacrum and the first lumbar vertebrae. I ranked the degree of osteoarthritis in this joint into 4 categories. This is the ventral view of that joint. 0 is no signs of pathology. 1, there's some evidence of bony growth on the outer joint margins. Category 2, there's external bony growth throughout the margin of the articulating surface. And for category 3, there's evidence of periosteal reaction or formation of new bone around the outer surface. So this view of the same joint shows it opened up to show the interjoint surfaces. Category 0 and 1, there's no pathology on the bone indicating healthy cartilage. Category 2, the pathology on the bone indicates deterioration of the cartilage to some degree. In category 3, the remodeling of the bone surface indicates the cartilage was no longer present. Categories 0 and 1 are relatively benign. Category 2 and 3 indicate some limitation of joint movement, and certainly in the case of category 3, increases in individuals' vulnerability to predation. Tooth wear in mammals ultimately defines senescence, especially in ruminants. At best, excessive wear will reduce feeding efficiency and may contribute to poor condition, affecting reproduction and survival. At worst, bone or tooth loss associated with infection can potentially lead to sepsis. Like osteoarthritis, I rank the degree of tooth pathology into 4 categories. 0 is no wear or lesions. Category 1 shows some level of wear or minor lesions like uncomplicated crown fractures and erosion exposing part of a root. Category 2 shows major lesions such as necrotic teeth, severe wear down to the dentin that results in malocclusion, full exposure of the root from erosion, complicated crown or crown root fractures, and some bone loss. And category 3 defines major pathology such as osteomyelitis, root fractures, evidence of infection resulting in major bone or tooth loss. So here are some preliminary results. The age distribution of cows killed by wolves is different from our control group of roadkills. The mean age of wolf kills is over 10, and that of roadkills is around 4. And the distribution is different, with wolves taking mostly young and old moose, which implies that they're not selecting prey randomly. From our age-specific fecundity data, the wolf-killed moose would have produced about 50 fewer calves than the road-killed cows had they lived, given the age distribution. So the impact of these 2 sources of mortality is different. This is the percent bone marrow fat of adult cows for both groups. Uncompromised bone marrow is about 90% fat. These data suggest wolves are selecting for cows that have compromised bone marrow fat. Using less than 50% bone marrow fat as a threshold for defining severe malnutrition, 1% of the roadkill cows were below this threshold, whereas 17% of wolf kills had less than 50% marrow. This shows the same relationship, but for calves. Sand et al.'s 2012 work suggested, and our data support, that calves tend to die from malnutrition when bone marrow fat is less than 20%. About half of the roadkills and about 3/4 of the wolf kills had less than 20% bone marrow fat. These pie graphs show the 4 categories of osteoarthritis for roadkills and wolf kills. Again, 0 is no pathology and 3 being severe. It appears that wolves select for moose that have more advanced osteoarthritis. 37% of the wolf kills had arthritis in the 2 more severe categories compared to 3% of the road kills. These graphs compare the same relationship, but for tooth pathology. 57% of the moose killed by wolves were in the highest 2 pathology categories compared to 18% of the control group. So it's evident that wolves are selecting for moose in poor condition. What does that mean for management? Compensatory mortality is a frequently used concept, but it's hard to measure. We use the methodology outlined by Sand et al.'s 2012 work by calculating the proportion of moose with extreme poor condition measures divided by all the moose sampled in each category. So for calves, those individuals with less than 20% bone marrow fat divided by all the calves sampled results in 73% of the wolf kills and 48% of the road kills would be considered compensatory mortality. For adult cows, we can limit our calculation of poorly conditioned cows as those having either severe malnutrition equating to bone marrow fat less than 50%, or the most severe category 3 for osteoarthritis or tooth pathology. Assuming those metrics, 51% of the wolf kills and 11% of the road kills of adult cows would be considered compensatory mortality. As we gather more data, it'll be interesting to see if we see differences in the type and strength of wolf limitation on moose across all 3 of the subunits based on what we know of their differences in habitat quality and moose dynamics. So to summarize, nutritional constraints we measured in moose in subunits 15A and C support that these populations are influenced by some level of density, negative density dependent effects. Therefore, management actions to increase densities would likely have negative impact on recruitment. And preliminary data indicate that wolves are not greatly regulating moose in unit 15, and the majority of the wolf predation is likely compensatory. So with that, a lot of really great people are part of these data collection efforts. Some of them are shown here. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Thomas. I had to think about it. That was a lot of information there. Maybe I missed it, but was there any ages related to like slide 24 and 23 where you were showing the deterioration of that, I call it the pelvic bone in the first vertebrae? Was there any age associated with those photos or?
Through the chairman, Mr. Brett. In this particular photo, I don't remember how old the different samples were, but certainly there's a strong correlation with incident of both tooth pathology and osteoarthritis with age. That's very clear.
So another takeaway could be that, you know, these moose were potentially not producing or being reproductive?
Through the chair, Mr. Brett. Well, we know from the productivity data that senescence, you know, if you remember that curve, age-specific fecundity, you know, senescence starts and productivity declines after the moose are roughly 13, 14 years old. And the last known, the oldest moose that has ever given birth, and a number of them are 17 years old. So once you're 18, you're not producing calves anymore. So I don't know if I got to your question there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Additional questions from board members? Go Go ahead.
I didn't see any statistic on if wolf predation on pregnant cows. So have you seen any indication that, a pregnant cow is, susceptible to predation?
Through the chairman, Member Cusack, I don't know how to answer your question. There's limited things we can measure when we go into a kill site. So I'm focused on the things that are easily accessible, which are age of the animal, sex of the animal, and these different bone pathologies. So we can't determine on site whether an animal, a particular cow, was pregnant at the time it died. But we certainly have plenty of survival data throughout the course of our study that can get at that. I just don't have that at the fingertips right now.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Hearing none, thank you for your presentation. As Member Barrett said, it has a lot of information in it. So, thanks again. And next on our agenda is a report from the Big Game Commercial Services Board. So if Aaron Bloomquist is here, you can come forward. Yes. Do you have any presentation materials, or just is going to be an oral presentation?
Just an oral presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I've got a few notes on my phone here. Sorry, I was kind of late getting here like the chairman. I was trying to pick people up at the airport that were delayed. I'm Aaron Bloomquist. I'm a member of the Big Game Commercial Services Board, for the record. I'm kind of pinch hitting for our chairman, Jason Bunch, today. He's in Juneau supporting his kids' hockey. I want to give the board a little bit of board and the public, just a little bit of an overview, education on how our board works and our regulations process, tongue-tied already, and a few projects that we're working on. First of all, the Big Game Commercial Services Board regulates big game hunting guides and transporters in the state. It's a board made up of 2 registered guides, of which I'm one, 2 transporters, 2 private landowners, 2 members at large, and a Board of Game liaison who happens to be Chairman Burnett at the current point. Our regulations process is also quite a bit different than what we deal with here with the Board of Game. It takes a lot longer. It really takes about 2 years to get a regulation passed. The first step is a regulation is submitted to the board, or a proposal is submitted to the board, quite like proposals submitted to this board, but we have an extra step. We have to adopt that proposal as a regulations project, and then it goes out for public comment, so that we have to do that in meeting. So it takes us a full extra meeting to get anything done versus the Board of Game process. And in practical matters, even that doesn't happen because we have limited staff, which are really overtaxed at the Department of Commerce. Our board is under the Department of Commerce, not Fish and Game, not DNR, but Commerce. And at one point, there was 3 staff that supported the Big Game Commercial Services Board, 15 years ago or more. And maybe one of those was shared with some other boards. Currently, we have 2 staff members, both of them shared with other boards, and they are way behind on everything. The whole Department of Commerce, with many dozens of boards, I think 60-some boards, has 2 regulation specialists. You guys get Natalie. And so our regulation specialists are really taxed too. So we have all these reg projects out there, and it may take them a year sometimes just to get them to the point that we can act on them in a meeting. So if anybody sitting behind me is frustrated with how long it takes us to do stuff, that's a little bit of why, and a little bit of our staffing challenges. Another function of the board is adjudicating sanctions on licensees, which are penalties, fines, suspensions, revocations, that kind of stuff. Our licensees are subject to administrative penalties in addition to the normal legal criminal penalties. If a guy shoots a sublegal moose, for instance, or a guide has a client shoot a sublegal moose, he's liable criminally and will get a penalty for that through the normal court process. Troopers give him a fine, DA charges him, and in the end it shakes out however it shakes out. If he gets a fine there, then that complaint will come to us, and we also will give him an administrative penalty on his license, which is generally 2 times the criminal penalty. Often we'll suspend part of that penalty and put them on probation to try to make sure they don't do it again. Some issues such as paperwork violations are handled only administratively. Those can be everything from, failing to file a hunt record to not signing up for your guide use area. Most of those are fairly minimal, although some of them can be a whole bunch of them right in one same case. On penalties, one of the things that we're running into recently is a really great disparity in criminal penalties from one similar case to another similar case. For instance, we'll go back to the sublegal moose guy. Self-turn-in, the standard has kind of been for quite a while that, the troopers or the DA will drop it to a violation level, and it ends up being a few $100, $300, $500, somewhere in there. And then when it comes to us, it's pretty simple. We say, okay, you got a $300 fine. Our penalty's $600. Suspend half of it. You're on probation for a year. What we're running into now is the DAs seem to not be on the same page. And maybe the troopers to some extent, I'm looking at you, but it's not, I'm not exactly sure where this is coming from. But we've had quite a few in the last year or two where, we had the standard, which was, a first offense, what I just listed. But then we've had others where it's more like $1,500 and maybe even more penalties, same first offense. And then we're having trouble adjudicating our end because we have a guy that's already been penalized at least twice as much as the total administrative and criminal penalties of what the standard has been. So that's one thing we could use some support from this board, from the troopers, from this board, from the department to try to get some of this a little bit more standardized. We don't want guys falling into these when they've done the right thing. Mistakes happen. We know that. They happen to a lot of us. And we don't want guys falling into a situation where their livelihood's going to be suspended for a year because, a relatively minor thing that's different from other guys with the same thing. A little bit on complaint process. So we get complaints to our board from a bunch of different areas. We get them from clients, we get them from other guides, we get them from the state troopers, we get them from federal agencies. And we have one investigator, Lee Strout, that handles all this stuff. He's extremely professional. He vets them. Then the complaint comes to, if it's a guide complaint, it comes to one of the 2 guides on the board, me or Jason. If it's a transporter complaint, it goes to one of the 2 transporters, either Mike Flores or Martin Bonnick currently. And then we suggest a penalty. We have guidelines and precedents that we pick from for those penalties. And then we put together what we call a consent agreement that goes back to the licensee, and that licensee can either agree with it, sign it, or he can fight at which point it goes to an administrative law judge and becomes much more complicated, and I won't go through that whole process. At that point, when it's done, it goes to the full board, and we vote on it as a full board to make it so, and then after that, the penalties become public. I guess I'll swap over to a few issues the board is facing right now. I'm going to leave the big one for last, I guess. One that's reared its head in the last couple years, last 5 years, but really in just the last 2 or 3, is kind of a proliferation of marine transporters. Many of the new, I don't have exact numbers. This is another function of our staff just not having time to get them for us, but I think there's somewhere in the realm of about 120 licensed transporters in the state, and about 85 of those are marine transporters, and that's been increasing rapidly. A lot of those increases are guys with boats that don't meet the statutory definition of what a transporter boat should be. The statutory definition refers to permanent living accommodations on the boats. And a lot of these boats are maybe commercial fishing boats where they crane on a Connex box with some bunks, that sort of thing. And those have really spread quite a bit. Little charter boats, that kind of stuff. So that's a challenge that we're working through. Mike's been working on it hard. We've got other proposals, but they're just kind of housekeeping stuff. And then the big one is the guide concession program is coming back. At least the idea is coming back. There's currently a committee, consists of 6 people, I think. I might get slapped for this because I don't know exactly, but I know there's DNR, ADF&G, and Department of Commerce representatives on that committee. Former Chairman Spraker is a member of the committee. Jason Bunch, our chairman's a member, and then Coke Wallace is a guide member at large that operates on state land. And I might be missing one, but I think that's it. They've been going through, they're in the process right now of going through basically the past iterations of what guide concession programs have looked like on state land and the current guide concession programs on federal land. They've had pretty good cooperation from most of the federal agencies, but not all. And a state land guide concession program is basically meant to do 4 things. It's meant to mitigate conflict. It's meant to enhance conservation. It's meant to improve cooperation between guides and the public and improve accountability for guides operating on that land. It's challenging. There's been a million different suggestions and a ton of different ideas, and the thing that's obvious at this point is that none of the agencies really have the want to get it done. Maybe that's not even the right word. I mean, it's not that they don't want to get it done, it's that they don't really have the staff that they're willing to commit to it. So it's probably going to take legislation with some staff attached to that legislation. The DNR has the authority right now. There's been suggestions that we do it through the Department of Commerce because we have the board that can speak the language. That said, the Department of Commerce really only has that board that speaks the language. This department, the Department of Fish and Game, has much more people that speak the language, and DNR also does to some extent. We've talked about how to simplify the process. The last one died due to complications. I mean, too expensive, too onerous, all of those things. We've talked about an automated process, but really the takeaway is this is in the ideas stage. So if anybody behind me or online has ideas, you can get a hold of me or Jason or anybody on that committee. Throw ideas out there. We're really looking for new ones. We've got a path we think we're going down, but it's not set in stone at this point. And the Board of Game has been very supportive over the years, written multiple letters in support of a state land guide concession program, and I'm sure we'll ask for that again. It really is, it's critical in a few areas, but we can't just do it in a few areas or we end up playing whack-a-mole across the landscape as guys move around. So I guess I'll leave you with that. I probably talked longer than I should have, but thank you. And I'm glad to be back in this room. I haven't been here in like 3 years. I had COVID when you guys were meeting last year, and maybe I'm weird, but I like being here.
Okay, well, thank you, Aaron. And yes, you talk too much, but that's okay. That's not really a problem. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Aaron. So when you talked about like violations with guides and maybe regulatory violations, you know, a guide that got their license and their license numbers like, 78 compared to now 1359/B. Do you have any like sort of continuing education that goes on, to inform guides and new regulations, stuff like that? We talk about that process a little bit.
Yeah, the short answer is no, but we want to. We did have a continuing education proposal that I worked on for at least 3 years with former Chairman Tiffany. And in the end, our legal basically told us we couldn't. The only continuing education we have now is fairly minimal in that assistant guides, when they renew, have to take an online test, which is open book based. It's an online test. All online tests are open book. We wish we had more. We do public notice all of our regulatory changes and that kind of stuff, but there's two schools of thought. One school of thought is you're professionals with a license. You should be reading your codified and paying attention. But at the same time, we have constant issues that arise because people just don't know. And the reality is most people don't incessantly read codified like I do or some other people in this room. Sorry, Member Brett.
So Aaron, this is the year for the legislative review of the Big Game Commercial Services Board, the legislative audit, and the sunset review. And so this would be an ideal time to talk about those things with them to get it into the the sunset renewal legislation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as far as I know, we have the audit this year and then sunsets next year.
That's correct. Yeah, they do the audit this year and sunset legislation next year. And Laura, they let it sunset.
Right. Yep, and that's the plan. I mean, we're obviously going to have a statutory change package, maybe for a few different things. The plan is for next legislative session.
Thank you. Additional questions from board members? If not, go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. It might be for Aaron or Cheryl. For the makeup of your board, that right now Jerry is our representative because he's not a guide. Is that a requirement or is that a preferred thing?
It is a requirement, and we've had a few, our makeup is a little bit problematic. Guides provide, I don't know, probably 90% of the regulatory problems, if you want to call them that. They're, well over 90% of the licensees, and we only have 2 guides to adjudicate. I spend so much time adjudicating these penalties, it's ridiculous, and Jason spends more than I do. That'll probably be part of what we want to do next year is maybe try to change that makeup a little bit. We've always had trouble keeping members at large on the board that are willing and able to participate, and also true with the private landowners. We actually have pretty good ones right now, but it's been really tough over the years keeping, sometimes even just getting a quorum.
Cheryl, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, Member Hoffman. I just wanted to point out the actual statute for you and for the members of the public. If you look at AS.
Could you speak into your microphone a little bit more? Thank you.
Is that better? Is it working? Okay, well, yeah, okay, that seems to be working a little bit better. So the statute on the makeup of the board for the Big Game Commercial Services Board is found in AS 08-54-591. And in particular, for the representative for the Board of Game, it says, one member of the Board of Game who is chosen by the Board of Game and who does not hold a guide or transport license. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Stash.
Thank you. Just one more quick question since we're on the topic. If you're a big game guide and you got kicked off for various infractions or whatever, can you then be a transporter right after, or is that out of the picture too if you get kicked off?
That's a good question. I don't really want to answer it because I don't know the for sure answer. I know we have standards for transporter licensing, and one of them may say something like, you know, have you had your license suspended in this or any other jurisdiction, but I don't know for sure if that's true.
Thank you. I was just curious.
Okay, I'm not sure the answer to that question either. I know that we do look carefully at licensees who have records, but that's exactly what the standard is for transporters relative to guides. That's a different question. Any additional questions for Aaron? If not, thank you. And we have one more piece of business that we're going to do before we go to lunch, and that is for all the members here, we're going to go ahead with our ethics statements, and then we're going to go to lunch. So I think I'll go ahead and start with Lynn, because he's on that end.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lynn Keogh. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I'm married, and my wife Mary and I have 3 grown children and 8 grandchildren. In January 2020, we moved to Wasilla to be closer to our kids and grandkids. We have owned and operated a sport fishing charter business on the Kenai Peninsula for over 35 years. Our youngest son, Hunter, works in the business with us, operating his own boat. I commercial shrimp in Prince William Sound prior to our fishing season. I trap full-time in the winter, and I'm a receiving agent for Fur Harvester Fur Auction. I am also a licensed registered guide and work for various guides in the fall, primarily for moose and bear. I am a member of the Alaska Trappers Association, but do not have a decision-making role. Our primary income is from the charter business and supplement with guiding, hunts, shrimping, and selling fur. My wife and I receive a PFD. I receive a stipend for serving on the Board of Game. Neither myself or any family member is part of any lawsuits involved in the state. This statement is true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. Lynn, this South Central meeting, where do you trap? Are you trapping in the areas where proposals are today, just to make sure that we understand?
No, I trap in Unit 13, 16A.
Okay. Thank you. So the chair would find that there's no conflict and you may fully participate. James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Cooney. I've worked for the U.S. Army in Alaska for over 18 years as both an active duty Army officer and currently as a Department of Army civilian. My primary source of income is from the Department of the Army. I receive a PFD from the state of Alaska and receive honorarium from the state of Alaska for my time serving on the Board of Game. I have no other sources of income from employment and have no other business interests. I'm not married and have no children. Neither I nor any other family members have any business or organization relating to fish or wildlife resources in Alaska. I'm currently a life member of the Wild Sheep Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and National Rifle Association. From 2015 through 2017, I volunteered on the Safari Club International Alaska Chapter Board. I never received any compensation for my time served volunteering for the organization. Since 2017, I have volunteered on the Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation Board and am currently serving as the Vice President. I do not and have never received compensation for my time served volunteering for the Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation. The Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation is a conservation organization with the mission to put and keep sheep on the mountains of Alaska. The Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation did not submit any proposals to the Board of Game, nor has it commented on proposals submitted to the Board of Game. I currently hold a State of Alaska Assistant Guide license. I have not guided hunters in Alaska since the fall of 2015 and have no intention of guiding any hunters in Alaska in the future. Since 2007, I've been a resident hunter of Alaska and personally hunt for myself. While there are some J-Bear proposals that will be discussed here this week, my job on J-Bear has no impact on wildlife management on J-Bear. I am not involved in any lawsuits against the state, board, or the Department of Fish and Game, and I certify that my ethics disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, James. I see no conflicts that would prevent you from participating fully as a board member in this meeting. Go ahead, Ruth.
My name is Beatrice Ruth Kuzak. I'm married to Louis Kuzak, and we live in Chugiak, Alaska. We have 4 children together, Travis, David, Sarah, and Joey. My husband and I are both avid outdoors people who enjoy hiking, camping, wildlife viewing, hunting, and fishing every year. Like many Alaskans, we rely on Alaska's wild game and seafood to supplement our food source. I am semi-retired. Our main source of income is from Louis's retirement account. Last year, Louis and I both worked as an assistant guide for a total of no more than 30 days in Unit 9 during the spring bear season and the fall moose season. We both receive a PFD. Louis is the executive director for Safari Club International Alaska chapter, in which he receives a salaried income for. I receive a small honorarium from the state for being on the Board of Game. We are both life members of SCI Alaska chapter and annual members of Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Louis is also a member of the APHA. He does not serve in any board capacity and would not be a part of any APHA proposals or litigation. I am currently a board member of SCI Alaska chapter. I am not in a leadership position. My husband, Louis, is on the board of directors for Safari Club International. I will recuse myself from any board activity or proposals that may be influenced or introduced by SCI National or SCI Alaska chapter. Our son Travis works at home for Halliburton out of Texas. Our daughter Sarah lives in Texas and works as a physician's assistant. Our son David lives in Alaska and works for CARS. Our son Joey also lives in Alaska and works for the state as an electronics technician. I am not now, nor has anyone in my immediate family ever been involved in any litigation against any state or federal agency. To the best of my knowledge, the information in this disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Ruth. And I don't see anything that specifically, other than if there are SCI proposals that would preclude you from participating fully in this meeting. Thank you. Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Jake Fletcher. My family and I live in Talkeetna. Our family enjoys hunting, fishing, cross-country skiing, mushing, just to name a few. My primary sources of income are as following. I own and operate a small guiding operation that conducts hunts on Kodiak Island in Unit 8. I possess a Coast Guard Master's license, and I operate jet boats for Mahays Jet Boat Adventures in Talkeetna. I work for AK Sled Dog Tours periodically during the year. I also work for Dallas CV Inc. My wife manages a local Talkeetna business, AK Sled Dog Tours. This company conducts a year-round tourist operation in Talkeetna, and in the summer months it operates on a glacier in the Chugach Mountains. My family and I receive PFDs. I receive an honorarium from the Board of Game. My wife and I have volunteered for the Iditarod many years, and I've also broken trail for that race. Occasionally, I'm still asked to complete tasks from time to time for that race, and I'm compensated monetarily for some of those. We own Talkeetna Snow Machine Outings. We own a rental property and farm in central Wisconsin. We own a tract of agricultural land in Talkeetna. I'm a registered guide and a member of the APHA. I'm a member of the Alaska Trappers Association. I contribute to the Kodiak Brown Bear Trust. I'm a member of the NRA, and our family holds memberships in the Willow Dog Mushers Association. I am not involved directly in any lawsuits other than those against the Board of Game. As I stated above, I belong to several organizations in a member capacity only. Any lawsuits those organizations are involved in do not pertain to any topics they're going to be discussing to the best of my knowledge. So there are several proposals here today that talk about Kodiak and the Kenai, and I'm a registered guide. I operate on Kodiak, and I've recently been awarded an area in the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge, so there's some proposals that I will not be Would not want to deliberate on or participate in. Those proposals are following. Proposals 77, 78, and 79. In addition to those, proposals 108, 109, 134, 135, 136, 137, and 138, 139. And I paid really close attention to all these. However, if sometime during the course of the meeting there's an idiosyncrasy that I forgot, I will go on the record and recuse myself from participating in those deliberations. So I certify that all these statements are true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Jake. And the chair finds that you're able to fully participate except for those mentioned items where you, as a business owner or business participant, would be affected directly. Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board and staff and the public, my name is Al Brett. I reside in Fairbanks. I receive a monthly disability check from VA for service-connected injuries. My main source of income is derived from my fur dressing business, which I've operated since 1992. I also supplement my income from the sale of furs from my trapping efforts. I also receive an income from being employed as a Class A big game guide in Unit 20, but I haven't done that for the last 2 years because of low sheep numbers. I and my wife receive what is left of the PFD. I also receive a stipend from being a member of this board. My wife, Linda Bashke, is employed at the University of Alaska statewide as a project manager, and I have 3 adult children and 1 grandson. I am a life member of the NRA, Tanana Valley Sportsmen's Association, Alaska Trappers Association, and Moose Mamas. I receive no compensations from these organizations, nor am I on any of their boards. I am a member of the Alaska Outdoor Council, the Alaska Falconers Association, and again, I'm not a voting member on those boards. My wife is an Alaskan General Falconer and is a voting member of the Alaska Falconers Association. I am not named or involved in any lawsuits that are not related to the Board of Game. Mr. Chairman, I certify my statements are all true and complete and to the best of my knowledge, and my trapping efforts all take place in Unit 20, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Brett. And the chair would find that you would be able to fully participate in all the matters to come before the board at this meeting. Go ahead, Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Stanley L. Hoffman, Jr. Most know me by my nickname, Stosh. Currently, I reside in Bethel, Alaska, where I've lived for about 30 years now. Prior to living in Bethel, I lived in Anchorage for a few years, and before Anchorage, I lived in McGrath for 20 years. My family and I live primarily a subsistence lifestyle, hunting and gathering with the land house to offer. My primary source of income is with the Association of Village Council Presidents, where I'm Director of Housing Management. Other sources of income are generated from 2 small businesses that I own and operate in Bethel, S&A Rentals and Tundra Fencing, none of which have any financial ties to board game issues to be addressed at this meeting. I'm also a retired assistant guide. All my activities took place in Unit 19B, Bravo. And I'm also a retired satellite dish retailer installer. I did that for about 20 years. I still hold a limited entry commercial fishery license for the Kuskokwim Bay area, and that hasn't been active for a while. It's pretty much closed down on the river for salmon fishing. My family's primary source of income, my wife's primary source of income is also my wife's primary source of income is President CEO of Bethel Native Corporation. My wife also serves as co-chair for the AFN, Alaska Federation of Natives. I have 2 sons. My oldest son is recently graduated from Stanford University and is now employed by AVCP Inc., which has nothing to do with AVCP Housing, as Director of Communications. And my youngest son is a junior attending UAF in Fairbanks. My wife and I are also raising our nephew, who is currently a sophomore at UAA. I also serve on the Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation board. And I also serve as on the Planning Commission for the City of Bethel. And I'm a member of the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association in Alaska. All 4 of my family members and myself received the State of Alaska PFD. I also receive honorarium from State Board of Game meetings that I attend. I'm a member of Bethel Native Corporation, which is the Village Corp. I'm a member of Chilliston Native Corporation, which is the regional corporation, and ONC, which is the local nonprofit corporation in Bethel. To my knowledge, I'm not involved in any lawsuits affiliated to any proposals to be discussed at this meeting. Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, this statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hoffman. And the chair finds that you would be fully qualified to participate in all matters to come before the board at this meeting.
Mr. Chair, as Vice Chairman, would you please read us your ethics disclosure statement?
My name is Jerry Burnett. In December 2017, I retired from the state as Deputy Commissioner from the Alaska Department of Revenue. Primary sources of income are the State of Alaska Retirement Program, PERS, a small amount of Social Security, and my board honorarium. July and August of 2022, I worked for several days as a sport fishing guide and charter captain for Chichagof Charters out of the Gold Cove Lodge in Southeast Alaska. My wife is retired from the University of Alaska Southeast since 2011. Her primary sources of income are the State of Alaska retirement programs and the teacher retirement system, and a small amount of Social Security. In 2022, she also received commission income as the rental agent for the Juneau Yacht Club. We have investments to the state supplemental benefits system and the University of Alaska Social Security replacement program, as well as CDs, municipal bonds, mutual funds, undeveloped and developed real estate in Alaska and Arizona. We're investors in a business in Juneau which operated an indoor shooting range and sold firearms, archery equipment, and accessories, but ceased active operations in 2022. None of these investments are associated with or uniquely impacted by actions of this board. We also receive our annual Alaska PFDs. We have 3 children, none of which still live at home. One works for the Bering Strait Native Corporation. One has a dog grooming business and owns part of a landscaping business in Juneau. And one works for a company which sells commercial cleaning products and is based out of California. I'm a member of the Territorial Sportsman, a hunting fishing advocacy group in Juneau. I have been a board member and officer of Territorial Sportsman, and also been a board member and officer of the Alaska Outdoor Council, past president of both of those. I'm not part of any lawsuit other than those against the Board of Game, and the information included in this disclosure is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Mr. Chair, the Vice Chair finds that you can participate in the meeting with no conflicts.
Thank you. So at this point, we're about to go to lunch, but after lunch, we're going to go right into public testimony. And I'll have quite a few comments to talk about how we're going to do that. But we appreciate the interest and concern of everyone who will be testified during the public hearing, as well as those who took the time beforehand to submit their written materials. There is a handout on the table in the back, guidelines for public testimony, that provides useful information on testifying. After lunch, I will talk more about the testifying process. At this time, we're going to go to lunch until 1:30. going to call the meeting of the Board of Game back to order. It's approximately 1:32 p.m. And at this point, we're going to go with public testimony. And I want to remind people that there's a handout on the table in the back titled Guidelines for Public Testimony that provides useful information. Anyone wishing to testify must sign up by filling out one of the blue cards located on the table at the back of the room and hand it to the board staff at the end of the board table. And I see that they're not sitting there right now, but they will be sitting at the right. Be sure the blue card's legible and completely filled out so that both your name and your area of interest, your topic, or the proposals you are concerned can be identified by board members. When completing the blue card to sign up to testify, please refer to the proposal you are addressing by its proposal number and indicate if you are testifying for yourself or for an organization or both. Advisory committee and regional advisory council representatives should indicate if they will testify at the beginning or the end of public testimony or later in the meeting, and if they will testify for themselves as well as their AC. Advisory committee representatives should restrict their testimony to what was discussed at the advisory committee meetings. Testimony should include a brief summary of committee minutes of the meeting, and copies of the minutes should be available for the board members. An advisory committee representative's personal opinions should not be addressed during advisory committee testimony. However, they can give their personal testimony separately. The cutoff time for signing up for public testimony will be Saturday, March 18th, that's tomorrow, at 10 a.m. Board staff have compiled a list of people who have signed up to present oral testimony. The lists are posted around the meeting room and in the hallway, or will be if they're not. Please do not ask board staff or board members to take you out of order. Everyone wanting to testify has unique travel needs, and it would be difficult to assign a priority for one person over another. There are some cases that we're aware of where people have to travel today, and we're going to try to accommodate people, but it's not always possible. When your name is called, come forward to the microphone at the table. State your name for the record and whether you're representing yourself or a group. If you have previously submitted written materials to the board, you should first identify those materials by its record copy number, public comment number, or advisory committee number. I will give board members an opportunity to get their paperwork before your time starts. Individuals and organizations will have 5 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives will have 15 minutes. When you begin your testimony, the green light in front of you will come on. When you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on. When your time is up, a beep will sound and you should stop speaking. Please stay seated in case board members have questions for you. These questions often assist you in finishing any remaining relevant testimony. The time limit on testimony does not include questions the board members may have for you. Please confine your oral testimony to the subjects under consideration in as concise and direct a manner as possible. Be aware that when you testify, you may not ask questions of board members or of department staff. This is your chance to make comments on proposals before the board. Board members and/or department staff need clarifications, they will ask you questions. Any person who uses derogatory or threatening language to any individual board or agency staff member will not be allowed to continue speaking. If your name is called to testify and you are not present, we will do a second call. Second calls happen after the midday breaks and after the evening breaks. If the meeting continues in the evening after the dinner break, and depending on how many people we have signed up for public testimony, we may go after dinner. We may not. We're kind of hope we don't in some ways, but it's always good if we have a lot of people testifying. If you miss your first call in the morning, you'll get a second call in the afternoon right after the lunch break or before any other first calls. If you get your first call in the afternoon, and are not present, you will get your second call either in the evening after the dinner break, if the board meets in the evening, or first thing the next morning. If you miss both your first and second calls, you will not have an opportunity to testify at this meeting. We intend to start each morning at 8:30, except on Sunday, we'll start at 9 p.m. We'll recess at noon for a 1.5-hour lunch break and then recess for the day about 5 p.m. First break in the morning after about an hour, additional breaks throughout the day, every hour to 2 hours, and we'll try to limit breaks to 15 minutes. I do have one other thing to say. We are going to have a special guest this afternoon, and so we will interrupt public testimony for Senator Dan Sullivan to speak to us at sometime between 2:30 and 3 o'clock, likely. Any comments from board members or staff before we call our first testifier? If not, I believe the first person on my list is Josh Hayes with Cooper Landing Advisory Committee, and you'll be giving your advisory committee testimony first and then your personal testimony, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so go ahead. I want to ask people, you know, you're going to have to push the button on the microphone to start, but try not to move the microphones around.
Yes, sir.
Don't pull them forward or push them back. Just turn them on and turn them off. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm Josh Hayes
AC.
with the Cooper Landing AC. I will be giving testimony for the AC first, and then I will give my personal testimony on the backside of that. You can follow along with our minutes. Our timely comments have been admitted in AC number 5, so you can follow along there if there's any questions. I won't go through every single proposal, as there's obviously a lot of them, but a few of them, we did have some abstaining voters that I wanted to go over kind of why some of the members of the committee abstained from voting, and then some of the minority votes. I'd like to go through some of those for you guys. We did support 136, and we also kind of encouraged and would like to support the board in aligning brown bear seasons in both 15 and 7. And that is something we needed some clarification for, and so it's not necessarily in our notes. But that was something we had to track down with the department to see how that was going to work out. And since then, we've convened and agreed on that. We can start kind of here at 145, if you guys would like. We had 5 abstaining voters on this, excuse me, out of 8. And they abstained because they felt that no data was available as to how the current structures were going to work. These are discussing the wildlife accesses over the highway and under the highway, the overpasses and the underpasses. And without the construction of the highway as of yet, we didn't know really where that was going to go. So a few of our members abstained from voting on that. 146 is concerning trapping setbacks in Kachemak Bay. And some of these abstains here were also because they were unsure of the area. They had concerns that 100 yards was a long way off the trail. 147, again, 2 abstained and just not completely familiar with the area. And so that concerned them trying to make a vote on something that they weren't completely, wrapping their heads around. 149, we had a minority vote of 3 supporters, 5 opposed. In the minority vote, the major comment was, thought that, campgrounds should probably not be trapped in, and that kind of becomes down to an ethical situation where we can talk about that, and I support, their concerns there. But they also felt that loose dogs should also be something of a concern inside a public facility like that as well. And so that's who our minority voters came from then in support of that one. On 150, we had 2 supporters. And those were both individuals that admittedly were not familiar with trap sizes and such, but just concerned about safety of animals, safety of children. We had 6 that opposed it. 151, we had one individual that was the minority vote to support 151. And again, not familiar with certain trap sizes and such, but afraid of, for a safety issue, public safety. 152, again, the same. Public safety was the major concern as well with 153, and there were two supporting votes there that were the minority vote. On 154, we had two individuals on the member committee that supported this measure. They were the minority, and they just supported public education. They felt like the more the public knew, things like that, it would help. They thought that signage wasn't too much to ask along those lines. I think the next one we really had a concern with was 156, where 6 of our members abstained. They just didn't have any recent data regarding beaver population in 15C, and would encourage the board to look further into that on the whole peninsula. You'll see a couple of our proposals coming up here that also concern beaver trapping, and just kind of what we're seeing in our local area, and how we're a little bit concerned as to what appears to be kind of a population trend in our immediate area. So the abstaining voters there just kind of wanted some more information. That brings me to our own proposals here from the Cooper Landing AC 157. Since the liberalization of beaver season in 2015, the local area of Unit 7 are visibly depleted. The liberalizations in 2015 kind of allowed for some area of open water trapping, or some water trapping as it's defined or described in a lot of different areas in the United States. And it just is a little more accessible for some. And so it seemed like with a few weeks of open water trapping as opposed to under the ice, which a lot of us will understand is a lot more difficult and time consuming, it just seemed like we've seen a little bit of a depletion there. And it should also be noted in our area, federal subsistence opportunities also exist for the hunting of beaver. So there's a little bit kind of overlap there in pressure in certain timeframes. And so we don't know that, the population is sustaining exactly the way it is. So this proposal moves beaver trapping back just a little bit, kind of back to those pre-2015 timeframes. 158, we saw as basically a housekeeping situation. It essentially aligns coyote trapping with the general open season of the rest of trapping. Right now in kind of our areas down there, what we have is a situation where snaring opens up before or prior to the regular trapping season. And it seems to have created some conflict in a couple of situations. But we're the board to support this, or the board to discuss this. We wanted them to know that not creating the user conflict in association with aligning all the trapping seasons to start in our area on the same date, which I think it's right now they pushed it back, I want to say October 15, and everything else starts November 10. And so hide quality would probably typically becomes a little better once some of this colder weather hits. Not having a kind of the confusion in the public eye nor in the trapper's eye. There was one instance where there was a conflict with a trapper, and it turned out that when this individual trapper reached out to the department, or one of the department members, the department member was under the impression that trapping was also open at that time, when in actuality it was strictly snares only. So it would just be some housekeeping that I think would kind of really benefit in enforcement. It would benefit in community involvement and understanding, and all of us being on the same page. Overall, we opposed many of these measures, and the board deserves some explanation or rationale as to our AC votes and the suite of trap setback proposals in our discussions. We opposed for many reasons, but a few of them kept kind of coming back to the forefront. We had some initial concerns about ANILCA and some of the subsistence findings and some things in there that provide for subsistence opportunities. And also in conjunction with that, these proposals would be allocative in nature in a lot of ways. When you start to allocate and eliminate opportunities for a bunch of people, a bunch of one user group, while the federal subsistence still takes place in the same area, it means that our local trappers from Hope, from Moose Pass, Cooper Landing, and Nilchik, all these rural designated areas could still continue to trap in these areas regardless of regulation change. And so that was something that we thought was kind of a little bit redundant. We're trying to put regulation in, and we're putting the burden on basically the non, federal designated rural areas within our region. A lot of the concerns were in general overreach on the proposal areas, and a concern that, when one trail is allotted and then another trail's cut by someone, say a trapper or a hunter or somebody, when that trail becomes utilized by another user group, is that one then included, and so on and so forth, and do we end up, in the domino effect there? And so that was a concern from our group. And last, well, the loss of traditional values in our state was something that was concerned by a couple of our members and voiced kind of on a heavily related basis, wondering if we go down this route of losing these opportunities or losing these traditional values, what happens for the kids in the next generation coming up? You only know what you've got when you've got it. When it's already been taken away from you, you don't know what you lost. So those were kind of the major concerns there. And that's it for the advisory committee report. Any questions?
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Josh, appreciate the testimony. It was an excellent job. Question on the, I believe it was proposal 149 on the campground deal. The people in support, were they under the impression that these campgrounds were still open?
So some of these campgrounds in our area are utilized, for hiking or cross-country skiing or snowshoeing by local residents at the time, in the wintertime. And in fact, there's a ski group that actually grooms a few of these campgrounds for access. So, no, I don't think that we were under the impression that the campgrounds were still open. I think the concern was mainly that there are some, user groups in there utilizing those areas, and that's something that should be probably addressed. But it's also something where the loose dogs were also a concern as well in these same highly used areas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the reason I asked you, because I was reading through public comments, and there was a couple of them that, the way they wrote their comments, it believed, they kind of thought that the people were still in there camping and people would be trapping. So I was just clarifying that with you. The people that were in support of that proposal, people on your AC that were in support of that, would they be in support of safer trapping methods like enclosed sets, elevated sets, underwater sets in that same area, or?
Mr. Keough through the chair. Yeah, so those discussions did come up in our AC meetings, and those were the discussions that we had, and those minority group members were in favor of those situations. In particular, we talked about box sets and elevated sets and things of that nature. So yes, through the chair, that's correct, Mr. Keough.
Thank you.
Additional questions from board members? If not, go ahead, Al, and then Josh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Josh, for coming and doing an excellent presentation. I was curious, I think it was on 157, your guys' beaver proposal, why you would want to go back to the old state regulations and still allow the federally qualified people. Will that affect, so my question, I guess, is how many people are going to be restricted to not trapping or going to the state regulations versus the federal side?
Well, through the chair, 157, we were looking to just kind of resort back, not just to state regulation, but just to kind of trim it back to where we would have the traditional opening of where we had it prior to 2015 in order to conserve beaver. It's just a local concern right now that some of our trappers and our user groups had. And so it's actually us just trying to look back and kind of hold on just a little bit longer until we get a little more data and see what the beaver population is actually doing. Because in the opinion of those locals and that local knowledge, they seem to be depleting at this time.
Is the state season the same season as the federal season?
The federal hunting season, I'd have to get you the dates. I'd be lying if I told you what they were off the top of my head right now. But I actually think the hunting season for the federal subsistence is actually elongated and different than the trapping season with the state already. So they're already not in line, if I'm not mistaken.
So that's what I was asking is
Yeah.
how many people would not be able to qualify? Are you losing a bunch of people or just an insignificant amount of people?
To quantify that number through the chair, I wouldn't be positive to have that data for you right now.
Okay, thank you.
I do know that our current residents and everybody in that region does currently qualify under the federal regulations.
Thank you. Go ahead, Stas. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It was pretty close to Al's question, but mainly my notes say, so some of the people on your AC were saying it was had conservation concerns for the beaver for proposal 157?
Through the chair, yes, sir.
All right, yeah, thank you for that. And for proposal 158 on the coyote seasons, was that primarily just for hide quality? And is that the reason you guys want to shorten the season?
Through the chair, we wanted to look at some conflict issues. This, when opened at an early time frame, we've got snares set. We're trying to reduce user group conflict in the area as well as increase hide quality, yes.
Okay, thank you. Originally, last time we came around through here, some of the reasons we extended the season was to slow down the impacts of coyotes since they kind of moved in and they're not, they're relatively new here and they deplete the red fox population in the hares and ptarmigan and all that. So that was my recollection of why we kind of made that a little more liberal.
Through the chair, yeah, I think some of those points came up in the meeting, and just without having a biologist or a manager present, I think we discussed some of those situations, but the individuals in particular that really pushed for this regulation felt that the depletion of beaver in our area was something, or the user conflict in our area with that snare set versus an actual trapping open season for all gear was a little bit confusing. And so that's all that really was.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, would you like to go on with your personal testimony?
I can forego my personal testimony at this time.
Okay. In that case, the next one on the list is Steve Vanek, Central Peninsula AC. Again, make sure you turn on the microphone before you speak, and you'll have 15 minutes for this.
Thank you, Board, for coming down to Soldotna. We appreciate that a lot. My name is Steve Vanek, and I'm the Secretary for Life of the Central Peninsula AC. At least it seems that way to me. I'm here to give our report. But first I must give a short history so that you know where we are coming from. Homesteaders formed the AC since we were halfway between the population centers of the peninsula at the time, Soldotna and Homer, we called ourselves the Central Peninsula AC. The old homesteaders are gone, but the sons and daughters and grandchildren are still here. But we do have sport fishermen, charter operators, tribal members, as well as commercial fishermen on the committee. We're all meat hunters and some are trappers. Some of us are bear baiters and archers. There are numerous proposals for specialized hunts outside of the regular hunting season. And rather than taking up each one, I'm going to lump them all together because we oppose them all. The Central Peninsula AC, except for a few proposals, is unanimously opposed to all specialized hunts outside of the regular hunting season, whether for bow and arrow, youth, veterans, or anyone else. We feel there is ample opportunity in the regular season for specialized hunts. A further reason is when there are restrictions, such as antler size, then the specialized hunters take game that reduces the number of animals available for the general hunt. There are many proposals for many game animals. I'm giving you the blanket opposition so I don't have to go through each one. You can read our thinking when you vote on each one. We likewise oppose all the restrictions on trapping. Most restrictions do not have biological concerns behind the proposal. Most trappers are conscientious. They know they are in a minority, and the people have to be responsible for their pets also. We are opposed to the reauthorization of cow hunts except for Callaghan Island Hunt. When a cow is killed, all of its potential offspring are gone too. Alone, I fixed that, but I don't, you can see my age and I don't know how to, I thought I got it fixed. A lone cow does not mean it's barren. A calf might have been killed. A couple of people who did vote yes did so because they wanted the department to have that option in the toolbox. Callaghan Island is a special case since it was moved into this game management unit recently. There are no predators there and it is very difficult to hunt there. Therefore, in order to control the population, the taking of any moose, including cows, is necessary. The population needs to be managed for their food concerns for the moose. This is the best way to do it on Callaghan Island. I have dealt with the proposals that belong to groups. Now I will pick some individual proposals that were important to us that lie outside of the groups. Proposal 56, prohibit taking of big game from a boat. We oppose that and one abstained because there's no biological reason to prohibit it. Number 106, ease the restrictions on ATVs in Unit 15C. We oppose that. There are ample days for ATVs as it is. Number 108, make sheep hunts all registration hunts. We oppose that. The decline is not caused by hunting. Therefore, this is not a solution, and it becomes an extra burden on ADF and G. Number 118, make forked antlers legal. 11 opposed this and 1 was in favor. It seems to be working the way it is, so don't change it. Also, it could cause more illegals to be killed with a fork. The one in favor wanted it back the way it used to be. 129, expand the cow hunt in Area 15C. Unanimously opposed this. This will reduce populations in other areas. Enough cows get killed on the highways as it is. A lone cow is not necessarily a barren cow, may have lost its calf. This helps the hunters, not the starving moose. Number 136, extend the brown bear season to June 15th. 9 were in favor and 3 opposed. There is a quota on the brown bears, so this extension isn't harmful. Those of the 3 that were opposed worried that the quota would be filled in the spring and there wouldn't be a fall season. Number 144, define recreational facility. We support the idea that the Board of Game needs to look at this to see if it has merit, and that's the only reason we supported it. 155, close beaver trapping in 15C. All oppose this. No biological reason to close it. There is only a small harvest over this large area. Should be some opportunity to trap. 158, shorten the coyote season. We oppose that. Leave it as it is. There are plenty of coyotes, and there is no biological concern to shorten it. Number 160, limit beaver trapping to 1 per lodge. We oppose that. Any anti-trapper could put a pole in every lodge and limit an opportunity. There is no proof that trapping is the cause of any decline. This would also be hard to enforce. Number 161, study whether to bring deer to the south side of Kachemak Bay. We're totally opposed to this. Deer can give diseases to moose. They would therefore be an invasive species. They can negatively affect flora and fauna. It is a waste of money to do a study. They might escape the South Shore anyways. 162, extend the ptarmigan season to March 31st. We support this. Hunting is not the main factor in population dynamics of ptarmigan. The spring weather is. This gives more opportunity to hunt ptarmigan. 163, restore the season and bag limits of sea ducks. We support that. There's no shortage of sea ducks. It gives more opportunity. 164, reduce the bag limit of goldeneye. We oppose that. There's no conservation or biological concerns. Harvest is low. There are lots of areas where they winter and are not hunted. There is a lot of habitat all over the peninsula where they are not even hunted. And that concludes my report. If there's any questions.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Steve, for your report. Appreciate that. I guess I just have one question regarding the your AC stand on the antlerless moose hunts and the cow hunts. You gave us some examples, but if you're at the meeting, can you expand on that a little more and why you guys opposed the antlerless hunts?
The cow hunt from the Homer bench, is that what you're referring to?
The cow hunts and the antlerless hunts.
Yeah, as I said, as I read in my opening statement, we're opposed to all cow hunts. And so we don't even support the one in the Homer bench area. But that one may be, there was a proposal in here to extend the area for the cow hunts from the Homer bench area and the Anchor Point area all the way up to Deep Creek because hunters weren't successful because there's too many closed areas on private property and it makes it hard for the hunter to get a cow. And that's a proposal that deals with hunter success rather than starving moose down on the Homer bench. And so that's the reason we oppose that.
Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Steve, and thank you for volunteering to be the lifetime secretary of the AC.
Right.
My question is on Proposal 159 that you supported extending the Wolverine season. And it seems like through your testimony and reading your AC comments, you guys are really look at the biology and the science of in your decisions. And I'm curious to understand that one and then how the Wolverine are affecting the sheep and goat populations.
159 was to support or lengthen the Wolverine hunting season in Unit 7 and 15. Well, Unit 7 is not our concern so much as 15. And we agreed with the issues in the section that was stated, and we voted 9-0 to support lengthening it. And that's all I have written down as agree. We could look at this, the issues in the section for that proposal if you wanted to, but that we supported the reasoning in that proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Jake, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Steve, for that testimony. I have a question about Proposal 136. You guys ended up supporting that 9-3, and I think it's lengthening the brown bear season. I think you discussed a little bit about maybe the potential loss of the fall hunt. Did you guys talk about hide quality in June at all, or did you guys talk about maybe interrupting prime breeding season at all in June?
No, we didn't talk about that. I think Mr. Spraker talked about that in his proposal, which said that either in the fall or the spring, sometimes bears are not very prime anyhow. And so that's pretty much up to the hunter to decide whether they want to take that bear or not. And I think that's what he said in his proposal. The three that were opposed worried that the quota would be reached and there wouldn't be a fall hunt. But the people that said that didn't say anything about the quality of the hide at that time.
Thanks, Steve.
Any additional questions? If not, you can go ahead with your personal testimony.
Okay. My name is Steve Vanek. I reside in the old village of Nanilchik. Thank you for coming to the peninsula. I have been a resident of Alaska since 1964. I have hunted moose, caribou, rabbits, ptarmigan, spruce hens. I have always been opposed to special hunts outside of the regular season. If a person wants to hunt with other than a rifle, they can do it in the regular season. I have killed many moose over my lifetime. Almost all of them have been within 50 yards or less. There are ways to stalk moose or call them in to close range. This has all been done in the regular season. Special seasons, it elevates people above other people. This is not the American way. I trapped muskrats when I was a kid in western Pennsylvania. It is a healthy activity for young and old. It should be encouraged, not prohibited. With the moose population where it is, we should leave it at the spike or 3 brow tines or 50 inches and not the fork. I think more illegals will be accidentally killed if we allow forks to be taken at this time. I oppose all cow hunts except for the Calgon Island. I have hunted there a few times. It is a difficult place to hunt. I support the department's proposal to not have to seal the antlers from Calgon Island. Not many bulls are taken there anyway, and it uses department time up. Finally, I strongly oppose expanding the cow hunt above the Homer bench. This proposal is so obviously for a hunter's benefit and not what the cow hunt was originally designated for. It was to reduce the population of moose on the Homer bench in the winter. Expanding it so a hunter can have success in killing a cow is not a legitimate reason. And that concludes my testimony.
Any questions on his personal testimony? Hearing none, thank you very much. Very well done.
And I'm sorry about the phone. I tried to put it on.
You're just buying donuts for everybody tomorrow, right? Okay, Thomas Roth.
Chairman, members of the board, appreciate the opportunity to testify on, I'm going to be speaking to Sea Duck bag limits in Kachemak Bay as part of 15C. My name is Tom Rothy from Eagle River. For over 40 years, I've been an avid resident waterfowl hunter in Kachemak Bay and Greater Cook Inlet. I've been a professional waterfowl biologist since 1977, first with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and then 25 years as the Department of Fish and Game's waterfowl coordinator. So I have been before the board a lot, and I really appreciate the hard work you do, and that's why I'm here to provide some comments and advice. For over 20 years, a small number of residents of Kachemak Bay have fabricated inaccurate or misleading narratives. First, that sea duck populations are at risk. Second, that sea ducks should be managed based on small local flocks, supposedly irreplaceable units, rather than on scientifically delineated regional populations. Third, that the sea duck harvest is excessive. And fourth, that hunters and guides are behaving wastefully and illegally. These unfounded narratives have been put forth to repeatedly to support arbitrary and pointless proposals to reduce hunting opportunity for hunters and guides, such as proposals 164 through 172. For years, misleading claims that sea duck harvest has been reduced for biological reasons are actually veiled opposition to duck hunting by small numbers of local people who either have been misled about the legitimate conservation needs or who really object to boating, gunfire, and other aspects of duck hunting in Kachemak Bay. They presume a proprietary interest in areas where duck hunting occurs, which is actually on public lands and public waters. At the core of this long-running campaign to restrict duck hunting is not a biological wildlife management issue, but a conflict between users of public spaces. The relevant question then is, can or should the Board of Game try to serve as a referee in this contentious skirmish affecting waterfowl hunting? My conclusion is no. The board should focus on providing adequate and reasonable hunting opportunity based on the management needs of wildlife stocks. I strongly urge the board to adopt Proposal 163, which I helped author and is generated from the Alaska Waterfowl Association. First of all, to rectify the needless restrictions on sea duck bag limits that were adopted way back in 2010. And those have damaged recreational and subsistence hunting opportunity in Kachemak Bay. Secondly, please base duck hunting regulations on best available biological information rather than rumors and innuendos and social considerations. Third, provide advice and cooperation in some other more appropriate process to resolve conflicts among Kachemak Bay users. I think I've raised this point a number of times that it's only occurred a few times in my career that the board had to face a safety issue or a conflict of users, and invariably depends on what your scope of authority is. But a lot of the times, as you know, you're going to get caught in a crossfire between people with different opinions. And what I think your main function is to protect the wildlife resource at the same time as you're providing a reasonable hunting opportunity. And so that's what I would pitch to you. And as I said, I spent 25 years working with and in front of the board, and I really appreciate the hard work that you do, and hope that you would please avail yourself to the expertise available at Fish and Game at this point. I'm going to be around if you have questions about these particular proposals, and I'd be glad to talk to you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? I think that was pretty clear, your testimony, so we may not have any questions at this time. Thank you again, and thank you for your service previous. Next on our list is Tom Bobo. Is Tom Bobo here? If not, we'll call on him after in the morning. Next, Neelan Taylor. Neelan, are you here? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Neelan Taylor, and I've lived in Anchorage for 48 years, and I've spent and continue to spend a great deal of my time hiking and climbing in Unit 14C and on the Kenai Peninsula. I'm on the board of directors of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, but I speak only for myself today. I first made proposals for safe trails in the year 2000, and I served on a Board of Game subcommittee set up in about 2000, 2001. And I've been working on safe trails ever since then. Some of you know me. I support all of the safe trail proposals, but I have limited time, so I'll move on. In my written comments, I did suggest my views about procedure to be followed in identifying developed trails and coming up with professional, well-reasoned ways to address safety to pets when recreational users are using trails. I hope you'll look at those. Let me turn first to Unit 14C. Sheep populations are down. There just aren't as many as sheep around as there used to be. I speak from personal experience, and I've looked at the numbers too. There are several proposals that would make things worse. Generally speaking, I ask you, please don't adopt them. Things are kind of okay, and we don't want to make it worse. I'm the sponsor of Proposal 104. That proposal would close Chugach State Park and the Girdwood area to lynx trapping. Thousands of people enjoy the opportunity to sometimes glimpse these animals, to see their tracks. Authorizing the taking of one of these lynx for the benefit of one person deprives the rest of us the opportunity to see one, or to see a picture, or a video on social media, or to see it on TV. The interests of the many should take precedence over the interests of a few. Trappers can and should go elsewhere. This is a big state. Let me turn now to the Kenai Peninsula in Unit 15C. Proposal 130. I oppose it. 130 would authorize intensive game management. Intensive game management is authorized by statute only for the purpose of restoring abundance. The department's comments make it clear that moose populations are not reduced below target levels. Thus, there's no reason for intensive game management. Please look at my written comments. But I want to point out also, since I have a little more time than I expected, that Alaska Statute 1605783 prohibits, absolutely prohibits, same-day airborne shooting of wolves or wolverine, unless there's an intensive game management program going on, and unless the board finds that predation is a cause for target levels of taking moose are not met. You just don't have that here. Basically, what I'm saying, it's not authorized. It would be illegal. And finally, I want to say that it doesn't matter that the department says they're not going to use intensive game management, that they just want to have it available to them. The statute, the two statutes, do not give that authority to the commissioner. They give the authority to you. It's your job to make the findings as to whether or not intensive game management and the taking of wolves same day and from air as the department proposes. It's your job to make those decisions. Finally, I want to talk about sheep in units 7 and 15. Proposal 109 would close sheep hunting on the Kenai Peninsula. I support it. The decline in sheep populations, as the numbers all show, has been dramatic. It's down 80% in 50 years. It's probably the worst decline in this state. The department asserts that the full curl rule will protect sheep populations, and the department supports summer hunts, a summer hunt. But the department also opposes a fall hunt, and the department's grounds are that putting hunters into the very limited terrain that's currently occupied by sheep on the Kenai Peninsula would be a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from board members for Mr. Taylor? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thank you, Nealon. I was reading your proposal 104 and eliminating the lynx trapping opportunity. Isn't that one of the reasons that the park was established, was to preserve some of that trapping and hunting also?
Actually, excuse me, actually the Chugach State Park statute mentions hunting, but it does not mention trapping. And it also says expressly that the purpose of the park is the display of wildlife, or one of the purposes. So trapping is not specified in that statute whatsoever. That's simply something that's happened over the years. And as you probably know, in large parts of the park, there is no trapping permitted. Eagle River drainage and parts of the Eklutna River drainage.
That's why I thought it was kind of important to keep a section, for trappers to be able to do that. But I appreciate your proposal.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony. It was well done. And next is Sid Wolford.
Hi. I don't public speak very well, but thanks for the opportunity. My name's Sid Wolford. I'm from Homer. I've lived there over 50 years, most of my life, and I've trapped most of those years, at least some. I'm a recreational trapper. I like to trap. I love to trap. I'd rather trap than do anything in the outdoors. It's what I hunt, I fish, but I really like to trap. I'd like to address, I'd like to address proposal number 147. I had my name added to this proposal. I support it. I think because of more and more people, more and more user group, it's time to take a different look at trapping. It's never going to be like it was back in the day. I hate to say it, but I'm strictly talking about Unit 15C. I don't have any knowledge, enough knowledge about anywhere else in the state or even the Upper Peninsula. So my comments are strictly on Unit 15C. So I'm ready to try and meet in the middle so I can continue to do what I enjoy and maybe teach my grandkids about it. So I support a 100-yard setback, mainly because I want a definite set of rules. So I can go out on my line and there's no gray area. I don't get called irresponsible. I don't get called unethical, because the other user groups are going to then need to educate themselves. I know what 100 yards is. I know exactly where that trail is. And when I veer off with my machine or walking and go 100 yards, then I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And that's what I'm looking for. If nothing's done, there's just going to be more conflict, which isn't good for anybody, especially for us trappers. And then also just real quickly on the sealing requirements, changing any of the Unit 15 antler restrictions, sealing requirements, or anything like that. I just want to comment that for the last 10, 15 years, every time we talk about it at the AEC or anybody, and there's proposals or changes, all I ever hear is, and I agree with, is that it's working. It's working good. We have way more moose than we used to, and we have way more bulls. You get to see bulls. You don't always get to shoot them, but that's hunting. And so I don't think, I would really encourage you to leave the sealing requirement in place, because I feel like it's really open to violations. We already have quite a few sublegals that are getting killed, and I think if you took away the sealing requirement, then that would lead to more. I guess that's what I have. Thanks.
Okay, any questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sid. Did you submit personal comments?
I did not. I'm really not very computer literate or
Okay,
anything.
I was just making sure because I was trying to find them. Have you, since you really are kind of forward 100-yard setback, have you started setting your sets 100 yards off the trail and started self-regulating just yourself?
I did this year, yeah. And I'll admit I'm as lazy as any other guy. I don't like to wade through the deep snow, and I had to get out there and, with my wheeler before the snow, and there's a few sets I'm going to have to give up if this was passed, but it's about doing what I like to do. It's not about, if I catch a couple less or a couple more, I just really am trying to do the right thing, I guess. I don't know. 10 years ago, I would have said not no, but, so anyway, that's where I'm at.
All right, thank you, Sid.
Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wolford, you did great, by the way. I have a question. We have another proposal, Proposal 156, to close the Anchor River and Deep Creek drainages for 6 years to beaver trapping. Just curious, do you have observations from that area and get your feel for it?
Yeah, in the lower Kenai, Anchor River, Deep Creek, that's my bailiwick. The beaver are gone. It wasn't from trapping. I don't know. I would say, I would disagree with closing it for 6 years. That seems kind of extreme. I would think more of a year or two at a time and let the department, 6 years would be a long time. I don't know the life cycle of a beaver, but if they did come back, I'm thinking there could be a lot of beaver in 6 years. But as far as a temporary closure, there's no beaver. There's not a live, the first live beaver house that I see on the road is right there by the Seward Cutoff. And I don't see any in the Caribou Hills. So.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your testimony. It's valuable. Next on our list is Kaylee Elsick. And you're testifying for Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So I'll give you a little leeway on time because it's a government organization here, so go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kaylee Elsig. I'm a natural resource manager representing Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. We've submitted public comment record 149. Should be available to you. So just for a little context, the installation falls within Game Management Unit 14C. We do currently have 9 draw hunt opportunities. These hunts are administered by the 673rd Air Base Wing at the discretion of and with authorization from the installation commander. Now, whenever we are in the planning process for for hunt opportunities, either modifying or creating hunt opportunities, we work in close consultation with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to determine methods and means and designate areas where we can implement a hunt that is consistent with safety requirements and compatible with the military mission. The proposals in question, sorry, I forgot to mention those. The proposals, specifically 91, 93, 96, and 100, are all similar in that they are for implementing archery bear hunts, either black bear or brown bear hunts on the installation. The installation has considered and does not support these proposals because they are inconsistent with safety requirements and therefore not compatible with the military mission. And our installation commander will not authorize hunts with the changes in these proposals. And that concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you. You were very clear, I believe. Any questions from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony. And at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back either to public testimony or to Senator Sullivan if he's here at that time. Thank you. Okay, calling the Board of Game back to order. It's approximately 2:50 PM, and we have a special guest here, Senator Dan Sullivan. He's going to speak to us, and make sure you turn the mic on before you speak. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm here with, I think some of you might know Elena Spraker. She's very shy, so make sure you're on these issues. And Chad Pageant, who's my state director. Elena is my regional director here on the Kenai and Kodiak. Sorry we're late. We had a long drive from Anchorage. So believe it or not, it's beautiful weather here. It was crummy until about 10 miles up the road, and it was pretty snowy. But first, want to wish everybody a happy St. Patrick's Day, and I want to just begin by thanking the board for all the great work you guys do. It's a really hard job, and I'm not sure you take a lot of incoming, catch a lot of spears, and but we really appreciate what you do for our state. It's probably certainly the most open public process of any state board of game, probably anywhere in the country. And I want to thank everybody for being here. This is the essence of an open, public, and transparent process. I think it makes for the best management that we can have. We're also known as the best place probably in the world for management. And so thank you, and thank everybody here. I don't normally like turning my back on my constituents, so sorry that I'm not facing you guys as well. I was thinking about turning around and addressing you, and then I thought I'd piss the board off, so I don't want to do that. I don't do that either. So, so let me begin by, like I said, I wanted to begin by thanking everybody, and then really just reiterating what we all know to be the case. Hopefully you see what my team and I, like I said, Elena, Chad, and others fight for, which is, even though a lot of these are that you're taking on are state issues, the overriding kind of theme that has been a challenge for us is the core principle that our state was founded on, both in the Alaska Statehood Act and ANILCA, and that is we, as a state, are the ones who have the right under law, state, but federal law, in my view as well, to manage our own fish and game. And we do that really well, despite the fact that our federal government often makes your job and our job harder on that very topic. And unfortunately, it's happening again. As somebody who enjoys the outdoors, doesn't get out as much as I would like in terms of hunting and fishing, and as your former commissioner of the Alaska Department of Natural Resources, I am very focused on this issue, have been since my time as Attorney General, of working with all of you to fight back against federal overreach across a whole host of areas. But in this area that you're in charge of, it's one that continues. And I want to give an update on some of what we're doing, some of where we can be working together with all of you. First, I'm just going to mention this map that I've handed out to hundreds, maybe thousands of Alaskans, and we can maybe even mention, I'm not here to talk about oil and gas development and everything, but you may have heard that this Willow project that we've been working really hard on got approved by the administration, and in part, I think, you never know why the president makes decisions, but we had an Oval Office meeting with the president 2 weeks ago. And, you know, I was respectful, of course, 'cause you're in the Oval Office, but one of the things I handed him was this map. And this does impact all of you guys. on the issues that we're talking about here at the Board of Game, and it's what I refer to as the last frontier lockup. And this was, and I said, you know, Mr. President, as you're looking to make this Willow decision, you have to look at it in the context of this. 45 executive orders and executive actions by your administration singularly focused on Alaska. 45. By the way, the number's up to 48 since that meeting, right? And I said, this hits every region of the state, every kind of industry, whether it's fishing, hunting, critical minerals, oil and gas, timber, even native allotments for the heroic Vietnam veterans, Alaska Native Vietnam veterans who went and fought in a war that a lot of people were avoiding service in, and when they came back home, they were told they couldn't have their native allotment. So we got legislation to fix that, and they've stalled that. So some of these things, in my view, are shameful, but almost all of them, and I told the president this respectfully, these are driven by lower 48 environmental groups who don't understand us and don't understand the law, the federal law, because most of these are not right. They're wrong. I said that. They're wrong. And it's wrong that one place in our country is so singled out. It's not right. So I mention this because a number of these, and I had the list of all 45, very detailed, walked them through it. But the list includes a lot as it relates to the ability for the state to manage fish and game. And so that's the broader context in which we are battling. Now, a lot of these rules, I'm finding out, come directed from the White House. It's very frustrating. And I'll give you the latest and greatest, which I know that you're very focused on, is this latest and greatest National Park Service rule. Now, some of you might remember, and by the way, I think it completely violates the laws that I just mentioned. So we are fighting this. The National Park Service Director, Mr. Sams, I've had many conversations with him. They're not always pleasant for him. But the first conversation I had with him, I had a hold on him for his confirmation. So I held him. You're not going to get confirmed until you do certain things that I'm, want you to be aware of. So I finally lifted my hold on the condition that A, he and his senior leadership undertake ANILCA training. Okay, they didn't know anything about ANILCA. Guys from Oregon, I think. Okay, so they committed to me to doing that. And then second, any rule, at the time, I think it was, we were like at 30 on this list, any rule that you were gonna undertake specifically focused on Alaska, you need to come see me, my team, Senator Murkowski, at the time it was Don Young, Congressman Young, and brief us on it, especially if it's singularly focused on Alaska. Okay, are we good? Yes, Senator, I'll do that. Okay, then I'll lift my hold. So I lifted my hold, and he got confirmed. All right, well, I don't think he's kept that second commitment. He did tell me he did ANILCA training with his whole team, so that's good. Should have had John Sturgeon teach him, right? I don't know if John's here, but the second one he didn't do, because I didn't know anything about this new latest and greatest Park Service rule. Now, so I asked him to rescind it. You may have seen our delegation on a letter that I led, me, Senator Murkowski, Congresswoman Peltola. We sent a letter to Secretary Holland saying, rescind this, start over. You didn't even include us. I didn't even know about it. I read about it in the paper. Start over. And at a minimum, give us the ability to comment. So you guys wanted it. all Alaskans wanted it, we pressed really hard for an extension for the comments on this rule. So a week ago, with, by the way, 1 day left when the comments were due, they finally said, all right, we're going to grant you an extension. That was from another phone call I had with him. And Doug Vincent Lang, where I asked him, Mr. Sams, to talk to our Commissioner of Fish and Game, which he eventually did, but it took too long. So, so we are very focused on this. We know you're very focused on this. We want to take your comments and suggestions. I'm still trying to get him to just rescind the rule. As you know, this is in litigation right now. And the other thing that I mentioned to him, which I think was really important, and they didn't do at all, you might remember, because you guys did a great job helping us, in 2017, the Fish and Wildlife Service issued essentially an identical rule, almost completely identical. It was just Fish and Wildlife Service lands. And we used a very not well-known, not frequently used procedure in the U.S. Senate called a Congressional Review Act resolution. A Congressional Review Act resolution allows the Senate and the House to issue a resolution to rescind a reg that came from the executive branch. Not easy to do. And you might remember in 2017, I led the Congressional Review Act resolution with your help to get 51 senators to vote to rescind that 2017, it was actually the 2016 Obama rule. And we won. We won. And President Trump signed it. And we got rid of that thing. And that was a huge deal. And it wasn't easy to do because I had to convince a bunch of Republican senators, 51 of them, why they should care about how we hunt in Alaska. And my big point was, look, you might not care about how we hunt in Alaska if you're a senator from Florida or Indiana. And by the way, these animal rights groups were doing ads in Florida, in Arizona, in Indiana against Republican senators who were getting ready to vote on this. And they're coming to me like, hey, Dan, what the heck? Why am I getting attacked for the vote I'm getting ready to make on your guys' rule? And I'm like, just do it, man. Trust me. And they all did. We even got a couple Dems or independents. Angus King voted for it. Can we try and do that again with this one? I think that's an option. Certainly. The problem is we have a president, even if it passed, who would likely veto it. But the reason that I got a bipartisan group of senators last time on this is because I said, you might not care about hunting in Alaska, but you should care about the principle of something like ANILCA that says we're in charge of this in federal law, and you guys are now making a rule that rescinds that. That's not good. So that's an area where we'll work with you together on. I know it's frustrating everybody. It's frustrating us. We're reviewing it very, very closely. And I wanted to just mention a couple others that I know that you guys care about. You know, I was one of the lead members of the U.S. Senate. We got a number of co-sponsors on what's called the Bipartisan Sportsman's Act of 2016 and 2015. In that, had language in it. It was a pretty big bill, but it had language in it prohibiting Fish and Wildlife Service from establishing regs that preempt state management of wildlife. So that matters, of course, us, but it does matter to other states. I was with Senator Daines last Congress, the original co-sponsor of legislation that prevents the feds from banning the use of lead ammo and tackle, which again I know matters to so many of our outdoorsmen in Alaska. And right now, you should know we are in very serious negotiations, and we really want your input on this Recovering America's Wildlife Act, what's called RAWA. Some people in Alaska like it. Some people don't like it. The lead co-sponsor is a senator, senior senator from New Mexico, who I have a lot of issues with. You may have heard about that. But I have gotten a commitment from the lead Republican senator saying, unless Alaska's specific amendments that we and you guys and Doug Vincent Lang have all given us, unless those are in the bill won't come to the floor. So I'm going to hold my colleagues to that. I know you guys care about that one too. There's some elements of this that could be positive. I'm very dubious though, particularly given who the lead senator driving this is, Martin Heinrich, who again, I'm not a big fan of. So we're watching that one close. That could come to the floor here soon. And I've been in discussions. One of my good friends, Senator Tom Tillis from North Carolina, is the lead, and he has made that commitment to me strong. Unless the Alaska specific language is in there, he won't bring it forward. So that one's important to you. And then the final issue I just wanted to mention, where you guys, where the board, where our public, when they come in and comment and take the time to do this, because it is so important, is on the issue of our Second Amendment rights. That matters to so many Alaskans, regardless of where you live, regardless of how you think. And I will say that that's an area that I'm proud to say we've made very significant progress in, not with laws right now. I was against that one. I voted against that one bill a couple years ago that passed. Or with this administration, you may have seen this, the president issued some kind of executive decision recently on these issues. But very importantly in the courts, very importantly in the courts, the 3 new Supreme Court justices that were confirmed by the U.S. Senate that I voted for, one element of their background, whether it's Justice Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, or Justice Barrett, is how strong they are on the Second Amendment. And even the Ninth Circuit started to get some judges who we confirmed who have, my view, a strong view on the Second Amendment, and I think that's incredibly important for Alaska. I know it's an issue that the Board of Game cares about. I know it's an issue that the Alaska public generally cares about, and so I just want to provide you an update on that. We're actually seeing some of these issues. The Supreme Court took a big Second Amendment case recently. We'll see how that turns out, but I think it's going to turn out very strong. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the opportunity to say a few words. Sorry I was late. Like I said, that was a 5-hour drive from Anchorage to Kenai, which took way too long. But we're glad to be here, and we just want to thank you again for your hard work and the public who's here weighing in on these issues. Our transparent process, like I said, I think is, it's not always easy, but I think it's the best managed in the country, and we have a lot to be proud of for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you have time for a couple of questions?
Sure.
But before that, I wanted to thank you for your service as the Attorney General, as the Commissioner of Natural Resources, and as our U.S. Senator. So any board member questions for the Senator? James? Oh, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I appreciate you showing up here and giving us that really good update. It means a lot. Thank you for showing up here.
Anything else? If not,
You guys are going to let me off that easy?
we're going to let you off easy. We generally let people off easy. So.
Okay. Well, thanks again. Keep up the good work. And on all these issues, like I said, we'll continue to work and coordinate with all of you. Really appreciate it.
Okay. Again, thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
And with that, I guess we'll go back to public testimony. And Michael Ophiam, is that how you pronounce it? Probably not.
Nope, nobody ever gets that one right. It's Opime.
Opime,
Yeah.
okay.
Like Anaheim, but without the Anna in there. And I will be giving our Solovia Advisory Council, our committee report first.
Okay, thank you.
And again, my name is Michael Opime. I'm the chair of the Seldovia AC. And I will just be hitting on the proposals that we actually had discussion on. So I'll start off with Proposal 56, prohibit taking of big game from boats in Units 6, 7, and 15. We were in support of that, 7 to nothing. Shooting game from boat increases the risk of hitting but losing an animal, among other issues. 58, require hunter orientation for hunting goat in South Central region. We supported that, 7 to nothing. Hunter orientation is required for other big game and couldn't hurt to have for goats, as hunters, especially new ones, have trouble distinguishing a male from a female. Number 68, modifying the Unit 8 caribou hunting season from general season harvest tickets to a registration hunt. We supported that. If it helps ADF&G manage the population, it sounds like a good idea. So our discussion there. 73, reducing the bag limit for deer in Unit 8. We opposed that. The AC feels there's not a problem with the deer population, so we don't see a reason for needing that reduction. Proposal 105, limit hunters to 1 big game registration permit at a time in Units 7 and 15. We supported that. The AC supports, as amended, the discretionary permit hunt conditions and procedures. Limit hunters to 1 big game registration permit per species at a time in Units 7 and 15 as follows. Add Units 7 and 15 to the areas in regulation that hunters are limited to 1 big game registration permit at a time. Under that, a person may be limited to 1 big game registration permit per species at a time in Units 1, 7, and 15, 17, 20E, 22, and 23. The discussion for the AC was that the AC unanimously agreed with the proposal, with the exception it is species specific. This way opportunity can't be taken away by hunters holding multiple goat or other game tag permits in multiple units. By making it species specific, hunters will still have the opportunity to hold permits for multiple game species, but not multiple of any one species. So Proposal 108, we supported that 7 to nothing. Our discussion, the AC felt that if the management tool would make it easier to better manage sheep hunts, then it is an action that should be taken, especially with the current concern for sheep populations. Proposal 116, change regulations to clarify goat hunters in Unit 15C are restricted from taking goat on the Kenai Peninsula for 5 years if a nanny is harvested. And we supported that 7 to nothing. This proposal by the Seldovia AC came about as when draw hunts were established in Seldovia area, it came to our attention that the 5-year penalty for shooting a nanny in this area was not established. The AC strongly feels that a hunter be prohibited from hunting any goats in Unit 715 for 5 regulatory years if they take a nanny. Proposal 127, extend the TM 549 moose hunting season in Unit 15C southwest of Point Pagibshi. We supported that 7-0. The AC agrees with the proposal, and according to ADF&G staff, Port Gramman and Wallach ask for this season extension every year, but this is the first time they have put in a proposal which is required to make the change. So we see this as a good thing. Proposal 128, reauthorization moose season in Unit 15C. We support this one 7-0. Based on information provided by the ADF&G, the Soldovia AC supports the hunt and the opportunity for residents to fill their freezers. 129, expand the hunt area boundaries for the antlerless moose hunt in Unit 15C. We supported that 7-0. Soldovia AC recognizes the issue between hunting opportunity and lack of land and the conflict this creates with homeowners, private landowners. Expanding the area to reduce the conflict is a good idea. Proposal 131, reauthorizing the antlerless moose season on Calgon Island in Unit 15B. We supported that 7-0. Based on hunt population information provided by ADF&G, the Soldovia AC supports this hunt and the opportunity it provides residents to fill their freezers. 132, remove the antler sealing requirements for moose harvested on Calgon Island and from TM 549 Tier 2 subsistence area. And it doesn't look like we took action on it, but we had a discussion on it. It appears the sealing requirement is in place for the Calgon Island moose hunt, as it was an oversight when the hunt changed game management units. There was lots of discussion on this proposal. The AC wants to make it known that although they support removing the sealing requirement being removed from Calgon Island moose hunt and TM 549 Tier 2 subsistence hunt, we do not support by any means removing sealing requirements on the entirety of the Kenai Peninsula. The removal of sealing requirements would be detrimental, as it would allow poaching or sublegal moose to go unchecked. Proposal 133, prohibit the taking of black bears from boats in 15C. We had a discussion on this. We didn't take action on it. By supporting Proposal 56, we support this proposal, which suggests the same thing. We support Proposal 56 because it addresses all big game and not just black bear. 145, close the areas to hunting and trapping within a quarter-mile parts of the Sterling Highway in Units 7 and 15. We supported this 7-0. These comments cover proposals 145, 146, and 147. The Soldovia AC supports these proposal setbacks for trapping from established and heavily used trails is necessary for the safety of pets and recreational users of these trails. Proposal 161, direct ADF&G to conduct a feasibility study for transporting Sitka black-tailed deer to Unit 15C south side of Kachemak Bay. We did not take any action on this. Our discussion, though, the topic of planting deer in the Soldovia area has been brought up many times, and it was actually going to be done in 89 before the Exxon Valdez happened. The AC understands there are concerns of disease and pests being introduced with the new species. Although ADF&G quarantines any animals to be transplanted, which would clear them of disease and pests, the AC took no action on this proposal, as it is not a decision the Board of Game can make. 162, we opposed the extent of the ptarmigan season in portions of Unit 15C to March 31st. The AC opposes this proposal as we believe the ptarmigan population needs more time to rebound. 163, rescind the bag limit restrictions for sea duck hunting in Unit 15C. We opposed this 7-0. Information provided about sea duck populations suggests populations of most species of sea ducks are holding steady, and the agency has no conservation concerns at this time. The AC opposes the proposal as we feel the harvest amounts are reasonable and don't need to be increased. 164, reduced the bag limit for goldeneye in Unit 7 and 15. We did support this 7-0. These comments cover proposals 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, and 170. Information provided about sea duck populations suggests the populations of most species of sea ducks are holding steady, and the populations of most, and the agency has no conservation concerns at this time. The AC was also informed that hunting guides and other users supported the reduction in limit. Based on this information, the AC agreed taking this approach is safe and will not have any negative effects on the number of users for these hunts. And 172, require mandatory harvest reporting for sea ducks in Kachemak Bay, Unit 15C. We did have a discussion on this one, and we, by supporting 171, we support 172 as it proposes the same regulatory change. On proposal 155, allow a person using a spear or spear gun to take fish while swimming at the water surface. We supported that 7-0. The AC has seen the increased popularity of freediving, spearfishing in the area, and supports this proposal as some areas are too shallow to dive, or as suggested by community members, it restricts new users and youth from the fishery. 156, prohibit the use of felt-soled wading footwear while personal use fishing in freshwater. We supported that 7-0. The use of felt-soled footwear increases the risk of spreading invasive species.
Excuse me, Michael,
Yes, sir.
but I think you're giving us your report on Board of Fisheries proposals at this point, and
Oh, okay.
it might be best to use your time on Board of Game proposals.
Sorry. I think that covers all that we had for the Board of Game.
Okay, questions from board members, for Michael, on his AC testimony? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Michael. That was a good presentation. I was wondering if your AC on proposal 7 and 116, which was dealing with penalties of goats and having a goat mandatory education portion, did your AC discuss at all about limiting goat hunting to one billy and just get out of the harvest of nannies altogether?
I don't believe that was discussed.
All right, thank you.
Additional questions on the AC testimony? If not, Michael, you can go ahead with your testimony on behalf of the Chugach Region Resource Commission.
All right, thank you. These comments are for proposals 86, 127, 128, 129, 131, 161, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And I believe I may have said that these are in support of these. There are a few that we oppose, so I apologize for saying that we supported all of them. CERC supports Proposal 86 to have the board reauthorize the antlerless moose season in 20-mile Portage Placer Hunt area in Units 7 and 14. The moose in this region have a history of population fluctuations, and the antlerless permits allow the Department of Fish and Game to manage the moose population in the region in a sustainable way that keeps the population healthy. Too many moose in 20-mile Portage Placer area can lead to starvation as increased moose populations overbrowse their habitat and increase in moose vehicle collisions. The current antlerless moose system has been successful, and because of this success, CERC encourages the board to support this proposal. CERC supports Proposal 127, to extend the TM 549 open season for Unit 15C southwest of a line from Point Poughkeepsie to the point of land between Rocky and Windy Bays in order to increase hunt opportunity in the area. Nanwalek and Port Graham still participate in the TM 549 hunt and currently receive a total of 4 permits between them for moose in Lower Cook Inlet. ADF&G for populations of 212 and 177 people respectively. And where am I at here? Sorry. Residents of both of these communities report that they are experiencing increasing difficulty obtaining moose during the fall hunting season due to the increasing abundance of vegetation and decreased snowpack occurring late in the season. Area hunters have been experiencing effects of climate change. Moose are migrating and rutting later than usual. A longer season would allow hunters more flexibility to schedule hunts around challenging weather conditions. ADF&G data shows that Tier 2 TM 549 moose harvest has declined in recent years. From 2011 to 2017, hunter harvest averaged 2.4 moose per year. However, the most recent 3-year average is 1.3 moose per year. ADF&G have reported that no moose have been harvested between 2010 and 2021 prior to September 1st. The earliest date of harvest during this time was September 4th. CERC supports Proposal 128 to have the board reauthorize the antlerless moose season for the Homer Bench Hunt, DM 549, and targeted hunt AM 550 along the Sterling Highway in Unit 15C. The Homer Bench area of Unit 15C has a high density of moose. During snowy winter, these moose migrate into areas of high human population, which is problematic. Moose in this area have been reported to die from starvation. The targeted AM 550 hunt allows for hunting of moose along the Sterling Highway in Unit 15C. This hunt assists in keeping the moose population down and reducing moose vehicle collisions in the area. ADF&G decides when and where permits will be issued for these hunts, with the number of permits being dependent on conditions. This method is working for these areas in 15C, and as such, CERC encourages the board to support this proposal. CERC supports Proposal 129 to expand the boundaries of the Homer cow moose hunt as follows. Beginning at the mouth of Deep Creek, then easterly along the Deep Creek to Caribou Lake to outlet of Fox Creek, then south along the Fox Creek to mouth of Fox Creek. Since the inception of the Homer cow moose hunt, DM 549, the land was once open, has for the most part been developed and or posted. This has resulted in increasing conflict as hunters' effort is concentrated in only a few legal areas. Research has shown that cows in Unit 15C wander widely, and that expanding the area of the hunt would not.
If you were in the middle of a sentence, go ahead and finish it, and then I'll ask the board members if they have any questions.
Okay, research has shown that the cows in Unit 15C wander widely, and that expanding the area of the hunt would not be detrimental to overall moose population.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Okay. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
And next on our list is Randy Zarnke. Is he here? Why, by golly, he is.
My name is Randy Zarnke. I serve as the president of the Alaska Trappers Association and speaking today on behalf of our nearly 1,200 members. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the regulatory process. As Senator Sullivan said, it's one of the best processes in the world. We previously submitted written comments on all of the trapping-related proposals. I assume that you have that letter in your folder. But today, I'd like to focus on a group of proposals which would restrict trapping on or near trails. These proposals were submitted due to a perceived threat to dogs. We certainly recognize that there is a problem that occasionally occurs. It's a two-sided problem, but to date, all of the proposed solutions have been one-sided. In other words, asking or demanding that trappers give something up. Similar proposals have been submitted over the past decade. And oftentimes, two organizations, that is mine and the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, have been on opposite sides of this issue. And representatives from both organizations have left previous game board meetings frustrated by the process. So last summer, I contacted the executive director of the Wildlife Alliance and asked if she would be interested in meeting to determine if there was any common ground on this issue. She agreed, and we met and came up with an agreement to work together. And we would work together on a sign project, which I believe you folks received a copy of a sign that we had drafted in the past. It has two messages. One is advising trappers not to set traps or snares in areas of potential conflict. The other message is to dog owners to keep their dogs under control and that the dog's safety is their responsibility. We would also work together on what we refer to as shared trails workshops. These are workshops that we developed nearly 25 years ago, where we work with non-trappers primarily to educate them on what a trap line looks like, how traps operate, how to avoid problems, those sorts of things. And Ms. Schmidt with the Wildlife Alliance agreed that we could co-sponsor some of those workshops. And our progress to date hasn't been as good as either of us had hoped, but we have worked together on those workshops this current winter and plan to do more in the coming years. For the past 8 to 10 years, one of our members by the name of Tom Lassard out of Cooper Landing has been posting these advisory signs or something very similar to them in the area around Cooper Landing. And Brad Christensen, who is the president of our Southcentral chapter, has done the same in the Southcentral area of Anchorage and the Mat-Su Valley. And they both confirmed to me just again yesterday that, to our knowledge, there have been no dogs caught on any of the trails where those signs have been posted. To me, that's a pretty powerful message that the sign project works both towards advising both groups, that is, the trappers and the dog owners. And once again, I'll emphasize that the signs contain messages for both groups. I must mention that I just recently heard from the Wildlife Alliance that they don't want their logo put on the sign going forward. So we will remove their logo from the image that you received, but we will go ahead, print those, and post them as we have on our own for the past decade. So my main message to you today is that two groups which have been at odds on this issue for a long time have agreed to work together. We understand, and you should too, that the two organizations may still disagree on a variety of issues. However, we're going to put those issues aside, or those differences aside, and work towards success on the dogs and traps issue. With all of that in mind, we ask that you do not pass the suite of proposals in front of you this year, which would restrict trapping on or near trails, and give us some time to see if this joint effort by the two organizations will work. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And are there questions from board members? I'm seeing none at this point, so thank you for your testimony.
You bet.
Next on our list is Sylv Montalvo. Montalvo, thank you. Okay.
Hi, thank you for letting me come. I am not a hunter or a trapper. My family does some of that, but I do not. My name is Sylvie Montalvo. My family has owned a house on East Quartz Creek Road in Cooper Landing for 49 years. Over that time period, I have noticed a decline in seeing large animals in the winter. My parents, who originally bought the place, used to see wolves crossing the lake, hear coyotes yipping at night. Now we're lucky maybe to see an ermine or a hare. While wildlife has disappeared from this area, more people are coming to Cooper Landing in the winter for recreation. The beach in front of our lake house and the roads on Quartz Creek area are used a lot by families and dogs to walk for fat tire biking, cross-country skiing, snow machining. The Quartz Creek campground near where our lake house is used a lot because it has early frozen part of the lake for ice skating, for ice boat sailing, for snow machining, and again for walking and cross-country skiing. There's not camping going on at that time, but there's a lot of local use of our campgrounds in Cooper Landing. The trails in Cooper Landing area are used a lot in the winter for cross-country skiing and snow machining by families with their dogs. My family and I have enjoyed walking and cross-country skiing on the beach in front of our lake house. It's one of the great joys in winter to just be able to walk out of my house, walk down to the beach with my dog, and walk along the shoreline. Recently, however, with some of the incidents where dogs have been caught in traps near the Kenai Lake area, and a friend having seen a trap set right by Turn Lake when their dog was attracted to some meat that was hanging over it, I've become very concerned about these maybe ill-placed and unmarked traps that they may catch another dog, especially a child. With the amount of areas in Alaska where remote trapping is possible, I'm very opposed to traps having to be set near these well-used winter recreation areas like trails and beaches and campgrounds and even highway pullouts near Cooper Landing and Summit Lake. In my opinion, and this is my opinion, trapping can't be very successful in an area where there's a decline in animals. It can't really be very profitable when there's a lack of interest in wearing fur and a lack of animals. One trapper mentioned on the Kenai Peninsula, there's no way to even make a living by trapping these days. In my opinion, again, these are my thoughts, trapping today can't be very successful in areas that are so close to human activity, especially within 100 yards of people that are talking and laughing and running and snow machines. These human sounds and these human smells can't be a place where there would be animals that are being trapped. Times have changed. This is not a remote backcountry area around Cooper Landing. This area that has been chosen for trap setbacks is a very actively used area in the winter by a lot of people. It is time that a community like Cooper Landing, where there is overwhelming support for trap setbacks, as was evidenced by a recent survey, be able to reach a compromise with trappers to at least establish a 100-yard buffer by its well-used winter recreation areas. It can't take very long for a snow machine that a trapper has to cross 100 yards. And yet for a dog and a family, that would be quite a ways to have to go to a trap. We're not asking to get rid of trapping. We're not asking to stop it. All we're asking is to set up some buffers and to make a compromise. And I'm glad to hear the gentleman that just spoke saying that we're trying to reach a compromise. I'm happy to have a sign. I haven't seen the ones that he talked about that Tom has set up recently. They were there several years ago, and it was a surprise to me, having lived in the area for so long, there are even traps in the area. I was speaking with a gentleman from Homer, and he said, people come down to ski and snow machine, they don't even realize that there's trapping going on in these areas. So that's another reason why it would be nice to define an area and say, you know, there is trapping going on on this trail, but it's going to be 100 yards back from the trail. That way we know what's going on. The trappers know where they can be. The people that are the recreational people know, oh, okay, well then we better be more careful with our children and our dogs. Compromise is what we're asking for. I ask for your concern. I appreciate these proposals 145, 149 through 154, and I thank you for listening to my testimony.
And we thank you for your testimony. Any questions from board members for Sylvie? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question, if the board were to adopt, maybe amend a couple of these proposals to include some safe practices, like elevated, submerged, enclosed sets within that 100-yard area, would you be okay with that? As the dogs would have no issues with them?
If that's something that, you know, dogs and children can't get into at all, I think one of the things that we were talking about too is there needs to be some education, because those of us that are concerned don't know as much about the traps. And so if there are traps that are not as much of a concern for a group of people on a trail, then that would be something we'd like to, you know, talk about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. And now it's Amy Broderson.
Hi, my name's Amy Broderson. I am originally from Fairbanks, but my partner and I built a home in Cooper Landing, and I have been living on the Upper Kenai Peninsula since 2014. Growing up in Fairbanks, trapping was just another way of life. I grew up around family friends who trapped. I watched them check their sets. I mushed my dog team down many a trapline trail with Martin hanging just feet away. At the ages of 8 and 9, my neighbor and I decided to set a snare line for hares to get some fur to tie fishing flies with, and we were successful. I also grew up knowing firsthand how dangerous traps can be for dogs. My own family dog was caught in a snare just behind our house one winter. He had been gone for 2 or 3 days, and we thought he might never come home. But one day, the trapper's mother called to tell us that they had found our dog, and he was returned to us alive, though he had a scar around his head for the rest of his life. I was also getting ready to take off in a ski touring race one winter down the Chena River, and a large husky dog came running past our barking dogs with a wolf snare around his neck and blood pouring down his fur. That dog was also lucky, as several of the bystanders were able to grab him, remove the snare, and take him to a vet for care. These are just a couple of the direct incidents I have been involved in regarding conflicts between dogs and traps. But there are many more when I include my friends' dogs over the past 40 years. Some where animals have survived, and others where they have unfortunately not. As a kid growing up in Fairbanks, I feel like dog owners were much more aware of trapping during the winter. And I feel that we were much more cautious about letting our dogs run loose unchecked down certain trails. Our parents educated us about what to look for to tell if we were on a trap line. We were taught how to set a trap and how they opened and closed. In general, I feel we were much more aware of our surroundings than kids are today. Today, the population is growing rapidly around our state, as more people want to exit large cities in the lower 48 and others are immigrating from overseas. With this increase in population, more people are adventuring outdoors to enjoy a myriad of recreational interests, many of which involve bringing their dogs and children with them. But many of the people that are moving here today do not necessarily have the same education about recreating in the wilderness that I did growing up. Last winter, my partner and our dog were getting ready to ski up the side of a mountain in the Summit Lake recreational area. It was an up track set early in the winter by skiers and is commonly used to gain the upper ridge. As he began his tour, another party was coming down, and they told him not to take our dog, as they had seen several traps along the skin track. My partner immediately turned around and headed up a different trail to avoid the traps. Unfortunately, I feel like this sort of thing is going to become more common as trappers are pushed out of more populated areas, or as new trappers venture down the road thinking that Cooper Landing is open wilderness, but do not know our community's land uses and ethics. So what are the solutions here? How can we all get along? How do we minimize the fear and possibility of our dog or child getting caught in a trap while encouraging people to get outside and appreciate the state that they have chosen to move to and live in? All while being respectful of those who want to learn how to trap, keep the tradition of trapping alive, who enjoy the connection with nature, who still harvest for a fur income, or who trap because it gives them purpose. Our state is very large, and there are thousands of acres available for recreation and trapping. I do not want to take away rural Alaska's way of life. I do not want to harm a person's lawful form of recreation. Instead, I feel we need to put some parameters in place in highly used recreational areas so that trapping does not get a bad name from those who do not follow the trapper's code of ethics or are not well educated about the importance of trapping in our state. We already designate certain trail systems in highly used recreational areas for motorized or non-motorized traffic, cross-country skiing, single-track biking, or multi-use. However, we do not designate safe buffers for trapping. To help minimize conflicts between trappers and other user groups, I feel it is very reasonable to ask for 100-yard trapping setbacks from well-used, multi-use trails and backcountry access points. By reducing conflicts between trappers and other users, we help perpetuate traditional activities that bring meaning and joy to others. We develop a more respectful outdoor community, we can reduce fears, and we can increase safety. Please consider proposals 149 through 153, asking for 100-yard setbacks from highly used multi-use trails and backcountry access points, as well as proposal 154, which asks for signs to designate active trap lines around the Cooper Landing area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Would you stay for a second so if any of the board members have questions? Are there questions from board members? Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Thank you for your testimony. Just a quick question to, from my notes. You mentioned setbacks for well-used trails. How would you define well-used trails?
I mean, we haven't done studies on how many people are accessing our trails, but in just since 2014 that I've been in the Cooper Landing area, more people are coming down to recreate, especially during this pandemic. The pullouts were just packed with people on the weekends, which is not something we were normally seeing. So, we're just getting more use, and there's a bypass going around Cooper Landing now that is going to bring more people down, and also they're opening up another tract of land very close to Cooper Landing, lot 395, that they want to develop cross-country ski trails. They want to bring in more biking. They want to auction off land for people to live in these recreational areas, and so we're gonna see a lot of growth in the next few years. And anyway, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. But how would you determine what's the difference between how would you determine a well-used trail versus a not? Because you said well-used trails is what you're.
Well-used. The trails around town we see lots of people out on them, snow machining and running and biking. I don't know how to, I guess we could put up, I don't know how you would, unless you did a study, like they do for roads. I don't.
Thanks. Again, Amy, no more questions? Then thank you. Ken Green.
Hello?
Yeah, you need to turn it back on. You turned it off.
Hello there. Thanks for the meeting. It's been a number of years since I've been here to a board meeting. Just a little background. I'm from Cooper Landing. I've lived there for about 27 years. We had 3 dogs. They were all caught in traps at one time or another in Cooper Landing, and one disappeared. We don't know where it went. Could have been taken by coyotes or even by
a trapper. We don't know that. How much time do I have?
You had 5 minutes when you started.
If I represent the Cooper Landing Trails, do I have 15 minutes?
No.
Okay. Well, it'll be hard for me to cover all the information that I'd like to. We just had Mr. Zarnicki talking, and I got involved in 2013 and came to the board, and the board advised me to go back to Cooper Landing and start a committee to deal with our trapping worries. And so that's what I did. In 2015, I showed up at the Anchorage UAA Board of Game meeting. And I had been promised by Mr. Zarnicki at a meeting that we held at the Senior Center in Cooper Landing that the trappers would definitely come down and would, shoot, excuse me a minute while I try and sort this out. Let's see. The trappers promised that they would deal with Cooper Landing people. Mr. Zarnicki mentioned Tom Lazard as a local trapper that we have. I met with him in 2015 before the Board of Game meeting on a number of occasions, or 2 occasions actually. The first occasion he asked me to bring maps and official maps from Soldotna, from the government here in Soldotna, which I did. I picked them up. On the second meeting, he walked out on it, me, after explaining that the Alaska Trappers had decided that if Cooper Landing did not completely rescind its proposals, they had nothing more to talk to us about. So that was a bit disappointing, as you can imagine. It's a difficult topic, and I'd like to just say a word or two about fear-mongering. We get a lot of accusations directed by trappers towards non-trappers, and the issue is safety. What if a child is trapped? What about pet dogs who are snared? This was called What If Situations by a pro-trapping lawyer at a recent Zoom meeting in Valdez that I checked in on. Trappers say these what-if concerns are fear-mongering from families and dog owners, and these situations hardly ever happen. In the same breath, trappers spread what-if fear-mongering of their own, and this is bothering me. They'll say, what if there are setbacks or any regulations such as identification tags? A trapper will lose money and livelihood will be threatened. If we give an inch, all trapping will be shut down. Anti-trappers will come in and move traps to make trappers look bad. And one of the best things from the 2015 Board of Game meeting is that trappers will have to walk through deep snow to get to the edge of a setback, and that would basically shut down all trapping in an area. To me, it's surely odd that having to walk through snow in the forest for 100 yards could possibly be such an inconvenience to the rugged Alaskan sporting trappers to cause them to give up the special frontier culture tradition of trapping altogether. It doesn't make sense. Does that mean I'm done?
Yeah, that is your time. Were you in the,
Could I request a couple of more minutes, or is that possible, or?
well, okay, so you testified on your own behalf and you're also wanting to testify for a group.
Yes, on the Cooper Landing group.
So I would grant you the opportunity to testify on behalf of the group as long as you're,
Okay, thank you. It's the Cooper Landing Safe Trails.
if you're their official representative. If you're not, then that's,
Well, I'm a member.
but I'm seeing things in the audience that indicate that they would prefer that they did.
I'm sorry, what?
I said it looks to me like the other members would prefer that you not speak for them at this point.
Oh,
So-
okay.
So perhaps, are there any questions from board members? Yeah, Al, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ken, for showing up and dedicating a long time to this project. You started out saying that, one of your dogs came up missing. You didn't know if it was a trap or a coyote. Are your dogs, when they're out, not under your command or in close proximity?
Our dogs have passed away now, so we don't own dogs at the moment. Our first dog was caught in a snare, and this was at Quartz Creek that we were just discussing. And it's a family beach, and there was a whole line of snares set right on this beach at the end of Quartz Creek Road. Our other dog was caught, and this was when they were kind of almost puppies. The first one was a puppy, was caught out on, if you're familiar with Cooper Landing, it's out on a beach called 5 Mile Beach. And that is basically a family beach where they celebrate 4th of July, and they used to have a thing called walking out to the beach and then celebrating whatever we celebrated. That was some time ago. And the third catch was up along the power line, which I could understand. That was in an area that I would have approved for trapping. I would say that was fine, and it was my fault that I forgot to keep the dog on a leash. But I'd like to say that even if you have a dog on a leash, a retractable leash is about 35 feet long. And if someone is setting traps right in the middle of the trail, you can't prevent a dog from getting entangled like that. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Again, thanks so much for that testimony. I'm from Talkeetna. All of our multi-use trails up in Talkeetna are maintained by ski clubs, groomed regularly, stuff like that.
Yeah.
In your country down there, are all your multi-use trails, the trails people use, maintained by a ski club, groomers around them, or are they foot trails? Talk to me a little bit about those.
Okay, well, there's a combination of that. There's a number of ski trails that are groomed right now. Towards the end of Quartz Creek Road is one that I'm familiar with and have used this winter. I don't get out as much as I did before. And a lot of the trails are foot trails, or they've been cleared by snow machines going up to places like Lost Lake or Juneau Lake and things like that, or to the Juneau Falls. But they are heavily used. And I can't see any reason that a 100-yard setback or any setback, whatever it may be, should actually cut into the trapper's ability to take pelts. That's my concern. I don't understand how that can even be an argument. And I consider that a fear-mongering argument from the trappers. They complain about people fear-mongering about what-if situations, what if our dogs get caught, and things like that. But they have their own fear-mongering ideas, and that's one of the, that I consider one of the basic ones, is that saying something like that, you know, I mean,
Thanks, Ken.
yeah.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you for your testimony.
No more questions. Okay. Well, thank you very much for listening. So,
Okay, thank you. Next on our
I
list
did
is,
have much more to say, but I won't.
next on our list is Willow Hetrick. Excuse me.
Sorry, I brought my entourage this afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Willow Hetrick. I am originally from Moose Pass in Game Management Unit 7, but I live in Anchorage for the time being. I am also on your Anchorage AC, but I'm here today in a professional capacity as the Executive Director of the Chugach Regional Resources Commission, serving the tribes in the Chugach. Our tribes are in your Game Management Units 6, 7, and 15. This being a Southcentral meeting, we planned a training that immediately preempted today, right here in this facility. We had 17 participants, 80 of whom are tribal members living in rural communities. From our member tribes, we have representatives from Nanwalek in Game Management Unit 15. The last 3 days, they have had an intensive training about the Board of Game process, advisory committees, and just general wildlife management in the state of Alaska. And they are here today to testify on behalf of their community. What do you mean? And advocate for their subsistence lifestyle. Please get to know them, hear their stories, and extend them grace, as this is a very nerve-wracking process. What is the problem? Lastly, it was Chugach Regional Resources Commission that submitted Proposal 127 to extend the tiered moose hunt 549 on behalf of Port Graham and Nanwalek. We were thrilled to see that the department comments suggested to extend the season even longer than we originally proposed and encourage the Board of Game to adopt the proposal. I won't go into details because you'll be able to hear from the hunters from Nanwalek directly, which is better than hearing it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, and just curious,
Round of applause.
did he
for the
sign up to
two-year-old.
testify also? Any questions from board members? Okay, thank you very much. So next on our list is John Sturgeon. I think he was here earlier. Wasn't he?
I know. It was an error.
What's that?
We did.
Okay, so it's actually, he shouldn't be on the list at this point. So next is Jake Garner. Ozenki Native Corporation.
Sorry.
That's,
So we
yeah,
accidentally have him here.
yeah.
Hello, thank you for having me. Hi, my name is Jake Garner. I'm an Alaska Native born and raised in the village of Uzinki, Alaska. I'm also the Vice President of Uzinki Native Corporation. I am here in support of Proposal 209. I've been hunting elk on a Fognak Island since I was 9 years old. So that's just a little over 40 years, but I'm not counting anymore. I'm in support of Proposal 209 because the elk on a Fognak are a fundamental food resource to support our community and our elders. We, and by we I mean the entire village, used to be able to harvest multiple elk for the village through the drawing tag process, but that is no more. There's less than a 2% chance of drawing, and with a population, village population of only around 120 people, our chances of drawing a tag are very slim, especially since our village is aging, and those elders are not physically capable of hunting. Very rarely are we able to draw tags anymore, and many of the residents of the village are frustrated with the system and honestly don't even put in for the drawing tag anymore. We're then unable to receive drawing tags. We are now forced to participate in the registration hunt, but the registration hunt follows the drawing tag season and is subject to many closures, often closures, and may not even be an option if the drawing hunts are indeed successful. And those registration hunts, the animals have been chased and scattered, and it is much later in the season as well. This has resulted in, over the years, 0 elk being harvested for our village. We have no grocery store, and we depend heavily on our hunting, fishing, gathering, and subsistence for our community. I'm here to please support Proposal 209, and I thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you. Board member questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Jake, for coming and supporting your proposal. I'm curious, have you tried to figure out why you were getting permits at one time and it seemed to satisfy the people in the local area, and currently, now there's little to no chance of getting drawing? Is there some sort of something that went wrong? Did the village get smaller? Did the people being able to apply for 6 permits per species, did that affect it? Have you tried to do any research on that?
I haven't done any research, but I know that the hunt is by far more popular than it used to be. So there are a lot more people putting in for tags. The crux, my personal belief, the crux of social media is everybody knows your hotspot, right? Whether it's hunting or fishing, it has become a very much a more popular drawing. There are a lot more names being put in the hat outside of, there are Alaskans and residents and non-residents. But overall, with a limited population, our village has always been very small. It's never exceeded 200. So our numbers remain the same while the rest of the numbers grow, which greatly reduce our percentage of drawing a tag.
Just a follow. I know elk meat is really good and tasty.
Yes.
But how are you getting a lot of your subsistence needs met through the deer harvest?
There are proposals regarding the deer harvest. I'm not quite up to speed on those yet. I know, in my personal opinion, the deer numbers are down.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Were you also going to testify on behalf of yourself?
One in the same.
What's that?
One in the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Next on our list is Natasha Hayden. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Burnett and fellow board members. So I'm signed up to testify on behalf of the Afognak Native Corporation and then subsequently myself. I'd like to read into the record a letter that we submitted on proposal number 209.
Could you identify yourself for the record?
Sure, sorry, I
Thank you.
apologize, through the chair. Natasha Hayden, I am the Vice President of Lands and Natural Resources for the Afognak Native Corporation. Thank you. We, the Afognak Alutiiq people, have inhabited our traditional lands of the Kodiak Island Archipelago for over 7,500 years. Afognak Native Corporation, or Afognak, or the corporation, represents over 1,200 Native shareholders who are descended specifically from the village of Afognak on Afognak Island in the northern part of the archipelago. Afognak was organized in 1977 through the merger of two Angsa village corporations, Port Lions Native Corporation and Natives of Kodiak. Afognak owns approximately 248,000 acres of land in the archipelago, primarily on Afognak. Our lands represent our most valuable asset. They have formed the core of our financial success as a corporation, demonstrate continued value through shareholder use for culture, subsistence, economic development, and recreational activities. We are writing in support to the Board of Game of Proposal 209 regarding the distribution of elk hunting permits in Game Management Unit Number 8. Roosevelt elk were transplanted to GMU 8 in 1929, and Yuzinki and Port Lions have taken part in these yearly harvests in all years since hunting started in 1950 until the last couple of years. The Yuzinki Native Corporation submitted the proposal. I'd like to express my gratitude for the board to work with Yuzinki Native Corporation to create the board-generated proposal 2009 that meets all of the criteria to be eligible. The Roosevelt elk is listed in the Super Slam of North American Big Game of the Grand Slam Club by Ovis and the State of Alaska Governor's Super 7 Big Game Raffle, and thus included in the most elite categories for big game hunting. These hunting triumphs are promoted far and wide throughout the sportsman and hunting communities. They are frequently advertised in sporting magazines and direct notification through association membership and the State of Alaska's Department of Fish and Game, which has resulted in increased pressure from sports hunting community. This has led to increased numbers of individuals from all over Alaska, the lower 48, putting in for an elk tag in the drawing permit, reducing the odds of receiving a permit overall, especially for local residents. In fact, despite many permit applications, only a handful of Port Lions and Yuzinki residents have received elk hunting permits during the past several years. The probability of having a resident of the communities draw a permit is now less than 4%. Residents of Port Lions and Yuzinki have historically depended on elk meat to feed their communities, as all food must be brought in via boat or plane or produced or harvested locally due to the absence of grocery stores. The elk and deer harvested nearby makes a significant contribution to the food security of the residents. The contribution to food security is multiplied through the widely acclaimed Elk for Elders program, in which the meat is distributed throughout the communities with a particular focus to the elders. In other words, Port Lions and Yuzinki residents hunt elk for food, not trophies. They're primarily subsistence hunters. Many Port Lions and Yuzinki residents are shareholders of the Afognak Native Corporation or Yuzinki corporations. The corporations own most of the land where Roosevelt elk are hunted. As landowners, Afognak Native Corporation and Yuzinki Native Corporation have permitted the public, non-shareholder, access to our land for elk hunts. We understand that fish and game resources in Alaska are managed for the benefit of all. We strive to provide opportunities for all individuals to pursue both sport and subsistence hunting through a well-developed land use program. This is unusual throughout the United States, as most private landowners nationwide are either compensated for the hunting use of their land, often by being granted hunting permits, or exclude public hunting altogether. This is also atypical in Alaska, as most regional Angsa corporations and villa corporations do not allow non-shareholder hunting. The 16 permits proposed to be awarded under Proposal 209 represent 2.7% of the total Unit 8 elk hunting permits issued by lottery, 592. And less than 10% of the permits of the units that they are proposed to be allocated from. To reiterate, the Afognak Native Corporation is in support of Proposal 209 We do so because the proposal supports the subsistence elk hunting needs of Port Lions and Uzinki without establishing a separate subsistence hunt, and because the proposal, if approved, will help to ensure continued public elk hunting access on Afognak Native Corporation land and Uzinki Native Corporation lands. It achieves this while requesting that a very small portion of the Unit 8 elk permit lottery pool be distributed in Port Lions and Uzinki. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. You were talking about, you were subsisting with the elk. Is that through a federal program, or is it just something that the locals consider themselves doing with the elk herd out there?
Thank you for the questions through the chair. We consider all of our wild food harvesting subsisting.
Okay.
Whether,
Good, thank you.
sure.
Any additional? Jake, go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for that testimony. It just sounded like you're rushing a little bit. Is there anything else that you wanted to add? I hate.
Well,
got cut
compared to the poor lady that came ahead of me, I feel very lucky. I actually did make it through the end of my testimony, but I am hopeful that some of my comments did answer some of the questions that were asked of the previous testifier. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks for the testimony.
Okay. Any more questions? If not, then you are going to testify in your own behalf. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hayden, I'm just curious. Maybe I'll wait, because I'm hoping you get to proposal 70. Are you going to talk? Okay,
So on behalf of myself, I will.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead with your personal testimony.
Whew, thank you very much. Natasha Hayden, just testifying on behalf of myself. Born and raised in Kodiak, Alaska. My father was born and raised in the old village of Afognak on the Afognak Island that was destroyed in the 1964 tsunami. I am testifying in support of proposals number 70, 73, and 209. Just a little bit more about myself. I'm currently employed by the Afognak Native Corporation, which is a village corporation. I am a licensed civil engineer in the state of Alaska. I'm very grateful to have gotten a fantastic education here in state. I am elected to serve on the Native Village of Afognak Tribal Council, but just to be clear, I'm testifying on behalf of myself today. I'm in support of proposal number 70, which is the Raspberry Island hunting season bag limit, changing the antlerless elk drawing hunt into an antlerless registration hunt. I am in support of that. But similarly with the proposal that I was speaking to, number 209, I would entertain and appreciate consideration for making those registration tags available in Uzinki and Port Lions. Right now, I believe they're available in Kodiak, Anchorage, Juneau, and maybe another one of the road system urban areas. And so if registration tags could be made available in the rural communities adjacent to the resource, I think that would be really a positive move. I'm going to speak to proposal number 73, which is to reduce the bag limit for Sitka deer harvest. The proposal as amended by the Kodiak AC, I'm in support of it as amended, which would reduce the bag limit for non-residents to 1 and maintain the resident bag limit at 3. I am concerned about the deer population, and right at the beginning of the meeting this morning, which seems like it was like a week ago already, there was discussion of the transporter committee and transporter discussions that are beginning, and I'm looking forward to having an opportunity to interface with the board through that, because we experience a huge impact as a result of transporter activity that are bringing non-resident hunters, and I'm speaking of non-resident of Game Unit 8 hunters to our region for, in addition to non-resident of Alaska hunters. I don't understand the distinction. But that people are just, we've seen a dramatic decrease. And then in particular for the areas of, including Uzinki and Port Lions, where we are connected to the mainland via the Alaska Marine Highway System, where people are able to just drive their vehicles, UTVs, ATVs, onto the Marine Highway and drive off at those communities, and then they're able to access those deer resources pretty easily relative to having to go backcountry hunting, which we've seen less and less deer available for harvest near and around those communities. And then again, I just want to say that I agree with all the comments that I made earlier on Proposal 209, and one of the things that I wanted to add is that in my capacity as the land manager for the village corporation that owns, that is the largest private landowner on Afognak, I have had an opportunity to work with and learn from the area game management biologists who are the experts in the game management of elk and deer. And much of the information that I provided in my written comments on behalf of my employer was obtained through data analysis that we've been able to receive through ADF&G, and is based on being able to see trends in increased interest in people that are both applying to get a permit, I'm speaking of elk, to get an elk tag, and then because of the big game trophy status of that species, that there are people with, with a lot of economic resources that are then able to follow through and go out and participate and execute that hunt, and also being able to, we're seeing higher harvest rates as well. And so we're just seeing more and more reduced opportunities for harvesting the species that are inhabited since being transplanted into our region, and that our people have inhabited for thousands of years. So thank you again for giving me an opportunity to testify, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions, board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On Proposal 73, and I used to follow Kodiak really well with the deer populations, and it's nothing really new that those populations ebb and flow, and generally it's around snowfall depth. So, right now the population does seem to be decreasing, but, Kodiak is famous for bouncing back. And so when you're in times of abundance again, that non-resident restriction to one deer, how do you address that when, you could actually use harvest to maintain populations? And if you don't have that additional harvest, could, play a role in the management of, trying to keep a population stable or growing.
Thank you for the question, through the chair. I really appreciate that. Like I mentioned, I was born and raised in Kodiak. The population of Kodiak is relatively the same as it was when I was a kid. And when I was a child, it was 7 deer per person. So my opinion is, I believe that if there was concern resulting from under harvest for management goals, that there is potential opportunity to increase the resident bag limit, and that the residents of Alaska would happily make up for that.
Additional questions? I have a question for you. You mentioned transporters increasing tremendously. Could you give us an order of magnitude? Is it doubled, tripled, gone up by a factor of 10 over the last 10 years, 20 years?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any hard data on that, but I'm going to call it anecdotal data. My neighbor's a transporter, and he was transporting using his seiner, and he has since purchased 2 other vessels specifically for transporting. So in the one house radius of my neighborhood, it's increased 3-fold. In addition to being the vice president of lands, one of my job responsibilities in that role is overseeing our land security and patrol team. And much of our land is located adjacent to the community of Port Lions on Kodiak Island. And we have I've had reports from, because we have Marine Patrol, we've got a marine, ocean-going marine catamaran that has reported that there has been, what they have said is between two, depending on the weather conditions, between 2 to 4 transporters that are anchored up adjacent to the land where they're having float planes that are flying in and out with a revolving door of, if they can, I think it's a 6-pack, if they can host up to 6 people per vessel, whereas before they had seen none. They had, and so that area in particular is very close to our urban hub, which is Kodiak. It's very close to Port Lions and Uzinki, and I know that over on the west side of the island, over at Uyak, Uganik, that it's similar, which is close to other villages that are, the communities are down there, and I don't know what the numbers of specific boats, but, and many of them are not based in Kodiak, and so it's difficult to get, for me to have, where they're home ported at. I haven't done that research to determine the names of the vessels and where they're registered and where they're spending their off season. So, but again, that's the extent of my knowledge.
Thank you. Any additional questions? James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Natasha, thanks for coming in and talking today. And I just wanted to make sure I got your comments on proposal number 73 correct. You mentioned an amendment, and I just wanted to make sure, what was it again for the amendment for Prop 73?
Sure, thank you through the chair. The amendment was proposed by the Kodiak Area ACE. The proposal as submitted is to reduce the bag limit for residents to 2 and for non-residents to 1. And the amendment changed it to only reduce the bag limit for non-residents. So to leave the resident bag limit as is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And again, thanks for your testimony. I see no other questions, so
Thank
you're
you,
free
Mr.
to
Chair.
go.
Thank you, Board.
Okay, next on my list is Larissa Jimmy.
Do I just talk it? Okay.
It's on.
Chamai hui agayaganak. This is my older sister, Priscilla Evans. I'm nervous. Sorry. Hi, my name is Larissa Jimmy. My mother is Pauline Demas and my father is Barry Moonen Sr. Sorry. I am from Nunwalik. Hunters from our community rely on sea ducks in the fall, winter, and a reduction in bag limits as proposed in proposals 162 to 170 would have a substantial impact on availability of duck meat and parts for consumption and handicraft, respectively. Approximately 20 young hunters use this resource and share it amongst the community. Our tribal consortia spent time with ADFNG migratory bird staff to understand if there were conservation concerns and understand that populations of these species are doing okay. Elders have been encouraging and transferring knowledge to a large amount of youth in our community and want to support them continuing that subsistence lifestyle outside, working together and sharing the resource. ADFNG CSIS data from 2014 showed that 50% of our community uses birds, and we think that since 2014, that number could have doubled. This is my nephew, Frank Bearstaff Jr., and he is a hunter. Thank you.
Board member questions. James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one comment. So, Larissa, you did great, and you didn't even have to sing it. So you did an outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. We couldn't necessarily hear you because you're not speaking to the microphone.
Oh, I said she was gonna do the mallard dance, but she chickened out.
Okay, thank you. A family effort is fine testifying here, so go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Larissa, and your family for testifying. In previous meetings over the years, sometimes we had public testimony that sea ducks maybe weren't sometimes edible, but I'm glad you came up here to tell us that's what you guys like to eat. There's several species on the list, the goldeneye, bufflehead, harlequins, and long-tailed. Just which ones do you like best?
I don't know. They just bring them to me singed and I cook them. I don't know what kind of duck I'm. My nephew.
We don't really target the goldeneye or bufflehead or any of those. It's more like mallards and sawbills. We to feed a family of like 4 or 5. You would literally have to get like 10 goldeneyes just to feed it. That small of a family.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Okay. Well, there's nothing to be nervous about. Next time you come up to testify to the board, you'll be prepared, you'll be ready, it won't bother you at all. Thank you. Is Jeremy Hardman here? Jeremy? Now we have John Sturgeon on the list. He's not here. I was wondering if John Sturgeon showed up. I don't think he's made it in yet, so. You're right. Bill Watkins. Go ahead.
Hi, first off, I'd like to thank the trapper from Homer for doing voluntary setbacks and supporting at least one of the setback proposals from Homer. I'm a 35-year Alaska resident and typically split my time between Denali, Anchorage, and Homer. The times I've wintered in Homer, I usually cross-country ski to lookout ski area trails 3 to 4 times a week. These are trails that are extensively used by local students from various schools and also host ski races. There are also a number of other ski trails in the Homer area as well. And I wish to express my support for the following trapping setback proposals. Proposal 145, quarter-mile hunting and trapping buffers from the mouths of the new highway wildlife crossings on the upcoming Cooper Landing bypass. These wildlife overpasses tunnels are being created specifically for the safety of both motorists and to provide safe crossings for wildlife. They are not being created for unethical trappers to kill wildlife using overpasses and tunnels. Proposals 146 through 154 are 100-yard setbacks from hiking and multiple-use trails, campgrounds, pullouts, parking areas, Kenai Lake Beach and Summit Lake recreational areas, and require signage where active trapping is occurring. All of these are common sense, practical proposals that are meant to avoid conflicts with other recreational users and their dogs, and further to prevent the targeting and trapping of wildlife that is attempting to safely cross the Sterling Highway using wildlife overpasses or tunnels. No dog owner should be so fearful about the safety of their dog while taking it out on a walk, snowshoe, ski, dog mushing, or ski joring trip where they may encounter traps or snares on or close to hiking and multiple-use trails, parking lots, pullouts, campgrounds, residential areas, and schools. nor should they have to deal with the trauma of trying to save the life of their dog while recreating on such a trail. For many people, they consider their dogs to be family members and feel they should be able to safely recreate with their dogs without fear of their dogs being injured or killed by traps and snares. For every dog that is injured or killed by trappers, it creates anger and opposition to trapping. I highly doubt that dog owners who have had their dogs injured, strangled, or killed by trappers are going to care about maintaining any type of trapping tradition. In my own case, I wish to get a future German Shepherd and be able to hike, camp, cross-country ski, and mountain bike with her without being paranoid about her being injured or killed in a trap or snare. And this would apply whether I'm in Homer, Denali, or anywhere else in the state. This is further enraging when trappers are not required to sign their trap lines, identify with contact information to traps, or are required to check them in a timely manner and are allowed to monopolize multi-user trails to the exclusion of all the other recreational users. No other form of recreation in Alaska enjoys such an extreme monopoly for roughly 3,000 plus trappers versus over 730,000 Alaskan residents. This doesn't build public support for maintaining a culture of death tradition that excludes and takes priority over all other uses. It has further come to my attention that the board has not authorized trapping setbacks for multiple use trails anywhere in Alaska since the 1990s, early 2000s. Such attitudes and policy decisions feed an ever-growing wave of opposition to trapping, and eventually an opposition that will not be content with strict and needed regulations, but one that wishes to see trapping banned throughout the state. If it comes to a choice between maintaining a culture of death tradition for a tiny minority or protecting one's dogs for the majority, it is an easy choice in putting the protection of communities and dogs first. If there are trappers here who are opposed to these common sense proposals and who has given oral testimony, please give specific reasons why you oppose these setbacks and why you should be allowed to possibly continue to injure and kill pet dogs, and do so without warning and identification signs to the public. Wanton killing of man's and women's best friend should never be tolerated, and it only creates opposition and momentum in creating and working towards a trap-free Alaska. I ask you to consider and approve each of these proposals for the benefit of each of these communities and to return common sense ethics and regulations to trapping. And thank you for this opportunity to allow me to testify.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Jeremy, for, oh, that was a fog deck, I'm sorry, I'm behind here. Are there any regulations or ordinances that are out there that protect pets?
Are there any regulations or ordinances that protect pets? Well, why should trapping monopolize these various trails?
I just didn't know if
in
there
other
was-
words, how is a 100-yard setback such a huge, overwhelming inconvenience for trappers? It's only 100 yards. It's the length of a football field. We're not asking that much, you know. And certainly, dog owners have a responsibility, either one, to keep them leashed, or two, to have those dogs trained and under verbal control. You know, so their responsibility definitely goes both ways. You know, obviously, if a dog is loose, it's not under verbal control, it goes beyond 100 yards, yes, it could possibly be exposed to trapping with the setbacks. So I fully acknowledge that. But this is a growing issue. You know, it was an issue with Matsu last year. It's certainly an issue down here in the Cooper Landing area. It's going to be a growing issue as other folks have testified in regards to the increasing forms of recreation that are taking place in the Cooper Landing area, Homer, and other locations in the state. It's not going to go away. It's only going to increase. So I would say be proactive and let's deal with it in a proactive way, as opposed to building opposition.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? I'm seeing none, so thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you all for the opportunity.
Okay. Next on the list is Evan Evans.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of the board. Hello, my name is Evan Evans, a tribal member from the native village of Nenwalek. I come from a long, proud line of hunter-gatherers
so I have a great background in tracking and following migration patterns. I have found in Nenwalek via trail cameras is the ratio of bull to cow moose is 3-1. Sorry, I've never done this before. I'd like to talk to you about proposal 127, which begins to address issues we have been experiencing with our TM 549 moose hunt. Recently, people from outside our community have applied for and received Tier 2 tags, and the total number of tags could be increased. Those issues are for future meetings. In front of you is a proposal to extend the moose hunting season to allow for more time for young hunters to get the community moose. Climate change has considerably affected the rut in our area. Myself and other hunters in the area have found the rut is starting later than previous years due to warmer fall weathers. Heavy rain, which has caused flooding, has also impacted hunting. So we believe having longer seasons would greatly increase hunter success, as moose do not show up to traditional hunting areas till later in the season. Climate change has affected regular migration patterns, making hunting increasingly difficult to our hunters. November feels like the perfect time to hunt moose. The fall rains and thus floods have lessened, and the days and nights are cooler. Heavy rains are common in September and restrict our ability to cross English Bay River and navigate around the lake system. We have customary and traditional use of moose around our community. Moose is a staple food to our village and has provided generations of people with food. So what we are asking for the Board of Game is to extend our hunting season, providing us with more opportunity to feed our community. Okay,
That's your conclusion?
yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It was very clear testimony. We think we all understand, but are there any questions for him? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, just a comment. I just want to say thanks a whole bunch for testifying. You did a really good job too. I know it can be kind of nerve-wracking, but you did great.
Thank you.
No, go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Evan. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for showing up today. And when you guys were talking about expanding your moose hunting in November, was there any talk about the meat quality at that time of year from your group?
Yeah, but we talked about it, but I think we agreed that we would still take the moose that time of the year. Yeah.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony, and we expect to see you back here in 3 years when we're here in
Yeah, I'll be here.
this area again.
Thank you.
Monty Roberts. Is Monty Roberts here? Harold Squaresoft? Squartzoff? Squartzoff. Not sure everything was spelled correctly on my piece of paper here either, so.
I thought I'd better help you. I usually have to help people when I give my name. I'm Harold Squartzoff. I was born and raised in Uzinki. I went to work for public health and retired and now live here on the Kenai. But I still do a lot for Uzinki. I do everything I can to help them with their quality of life down there. They don't have any stores. They don't have any, well, we have a gas station. Our corporation put in, not a gas station, but a gas truck to at least provide gas for the hunters and whatever. But I'm here to speak on Proposal 73, which is new to me. I just heard about it this morning, so I just wanted to say I support it. but I'm mainly here for Proposal 209. I did the original submission of 199 back last year and ended up being some technicalities on it and got that corrected. We're very grateful to you, the board, for doing that. So I'm here to, but let me start with Proposal 73. This one here is really interesting to me. I didn't know about it. Of course, I wasn't down in Kodiak. My mother-in-law passed away, so I was down in Mississippi with my wife to help her do the estate and all that, so I wasn't able to be there, but I wished I was. But anyhow, I support Proposal 73, and there's a lot of good reasons on it that I'll state, and then I'll restate on Proposal 209 as well. And it's on about reducing the impact of boats and aircraft bringing many, many hunters to the area. Same thing happens around Uzinki and, of course, Port Lions, Old Harbor. I think the other one is Larson Bay. So it makes deer less available for the locals invested. I'm reading out of the Kodiak Daily News, by the way. I got this and I printed it out yesterday. It came out yesterday, and it really got my attention. And then I found out what the real proposal was today when I got here. A lot of locals depend on the meat for their nutrition and what they live off, so it's impacting the locals getting to harvest the meat they need. And this is our words by Mr. Paul Shervack from Kodiak Advisory Committee. This is when they must have been interviewing him is the only thing I could figure. Yeah, they say they drop their clients off on public beaches and then are unaware when clients move inland to private-owned lands. This would enhance accountability, consistency between guides and ethical concerns. There's one main point I want to make in here. The amount of hunting does not present a biological problem and does not seem to drive down deer populations. Rather, large amount of hunters being dropped off in these areas are creating hunting pressure and driving deer further into harder to reach areas, i.e. up in the mountains and back quite a ways back into the woods where it's hard to get at. It's easier to harvest where the deer are accessible. Not everywhere is accessible, Mr. Shervack said. The protected areas in the bays or better beaches closer to villages get over harvested is what happens with all those people. So that's what I support 73, that it's definitely facts of life down there. Now on Proposal 209, as I stated earlier, the same things for the deer population with overhunting of the elk by the amount of hunters that are now applying for elk tags has caused, I know for sure Uzinki itself has not had a tag in 3 years and very few prior to that. And I'm sure Port Lions, I know Port Lions hasn't had one in the last 2 years. I did not get a chance to check their numbers for this year yet though, what was made available to them. But the things like this Alaska Super Big 7 game raffle, holding low as sheep, SE 720 Kodiak Archipelago Bull anyhow, Kodiak Island, bull elk. Not only do they get a tag on that drawing, but they also get $5,000 cash to come up here and help pay for their expenses. That's incredible that they do that, and that, to me, tells me they're really attracting a lot of people from out of state and elsewhere to come down there. So that's an over-harvest of people. And now what I'd like to do is I'd like to read the proposal I submitted to the game, let's see, what is it? Fish and Game Advisory Committee in Kodiak, because I knew I wasn't going to be there, so I submitted a proposal. Proposal 209 regarding the distribution of elk hunting permits in Game Management Unit 8 is an Alaska Board of Game generated proposal that was developed after legal review by the Board of Game in response to several years of work by Uzinki Native Corporation Hunting Committee. Oh, am I out?
Go ahead and finish.
Okay, good, thank you. It's only one page. But by the Board of Game, you have several years of work by the Uzinki Native Corporation Hunting Committee on behalf of residents of Uzinki and Port Lions to improve elk hunting access. Elk was transplanted in Game Management Unit 8 in 1929, and Uzinki and Port Lions have taken part in in the yearly harvest in all the years since starting in 1950 until the last 3 years. Proposal 109 addresses increased difficulty for residents of Uzinki and Port Lions to obtain an elk hunting permit through the current lottery draw system. In fact, despite many permit applications, only a handful of Uzinki and Port Lions residents have received elk hunting permits during the past several years. The future is bleak. The probability of having a resident of Uzinki or Port Lions selected an elk permit has gone from around 30% to less than 4%. As you're aware, residents of Uzinki and Port Lions have historically depended on elk meat to feed their communities. Elk meat is distributed throughout the communities on a particular focus through the widely acclaimed Elk for Elders program. That was something I established 4 years ago, and we've had elk for the elders for 3 years out of 4. The only year we didn't was 2020 when we weren't able to go over there and hunt during COVID. So it's been going for 4 years now. Uzinki and Port Lions residents hunt elk for food, not trophies. They are primarily subsistence hunters. However, there are no subsistence elk hunting opportunities outside of any unit, I guess, or outside of elk unit 8. It's a draw system. Many Uzinki and Port Lions residents are shareholders in the Uzinki Native Corporation and the Fognak Native Corporations. These corporations own most of the land where Fognak elk are hunted. The Uzinki Native Corporation and the Fognak Native Corporation landowners have permitted the public, non-shareholders, access to their lands for elk hunts. This is unusual in Alaska throughout the United States. Most private landowners nationwide are compensated or get land tags or elk tags for themselves. Proposal 209 seeks 16 elk permits and are available for public distribution, 8 permits each in Port Lions and Uzinki on a first-come, first-served basis to anyone, not just people from the villages. This is open to everybody. This is unusual in Alaska and throughout the United States. Okay, wait a minute, I gotta get to the next one now. Proposal 209.
I think that
I got one paragraph left.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah. The Uzinki Native Corporation Hunting Committee believes that Proposal 209 merits the support of the Game Board. The proposal supports the subsistence elk hunting needs of Uzinki and Port Lions without establishing a separate subsistence hunt and to help ensure continued public proportionality. Proposal 209 is requesting a very small portion of the unit elk permit lottery pool to be distributed in Uzinki and Port Lions. And I want to reemphasize the whole idea of this is not to have a registration hunt for the villages of Uzinki and Port Lions. It is for everybody. We want to make sure we do that and we say that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Harold, for coming in. Proposal 73, do you support it as written or the amended version that the Kodiak AC had?
What I support is the reducing to 1 deer for non-residents, and I don't know if that's the amended or not. Like I said, I just got this, so I had no idea what it was before that.
And what's your feeling on for the registration permit for the elk on 209 if it was done online?
Well, if it was done online, it would be kind of tough. I don't know. A lot of the people, especially in Uzinki, I'm pretty sure Port Lions is in the same boat. You don't have access on the computer very well, or even phones. It's very limited because of the service in those communities. And like I said, there are no stores. There's nowhere you can go to use, that kind of stuff. So it'd be pretty tough, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Ryan, go ahead.
Mr. Skorsoff, thank you for being here today. I'm just curious, do you have any thoughts on Proposal 70, where it would take the antlerless elk hunt on Raspberry Island from a drawing hunt to a registration hunt, and specifically how that might impact Port Lions and Uzinki and help them out?
Sir, I'm sorry I can't answer that. Like I said, I just found out about these, and especially 70, I just found that out just this afternoon, or this morning rather, and I haven't had a chance to look at anything on that at all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Brian Keewan.
If I can get out of here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow board members of the board. My name is Brian Kewen, born and raised Kodiak Island, grew up in Port Lions. My family initially came from the old Afognak village and Uzinki. That's where my mother is from. So I'm here to testify in regards to proposals 70, 209, and 73, but mainly on 209. I've hunted elk all my life, and I'm going to classify this as what my interpretation of winning the Illinois State Lottery. That's what happens when I won my first elk tag. It meant a lot because it put food on the table in the freezer, not just for my family, but for my elders and my parents. So back when I won those lottery tags a couple times, there were no boundaries on Afognak. That was late 90s, early 2000s. Now we're in 2023. I have not won a lottery tag since. I used to still get elk because I would get a registration tag after the drawing hunts were over. Well, those opportunities are slim now because what is happening, the registration hunts, I can't get down there fast enough, either from the village to Afognak and hunt before it closes, or definitely, because I do reside in Anchorage 6 months out of the year. I can't get down there fast enough before there's emergency closures in the optimal elk hunting area. I believe remainder on the elk hunt, the last time there was a hunt in there for registration, 5-6 years ago. That's prime land for us to hunt. So the opportunities are getting less and less. And I used to recognize all the names in the paper that were winning tags from Port Lions, Uzinki, Kodiak, and now there's hardly any. And to me, that's taking an opportunity away to fill our freezers and live a subsistence lifestyle. We call it subsistence even though it's through a drawing, right? My uncle, there's many stories, I have fond memories of taking my uncles out there. Now I only got 1 out of the 7 I used to take. He can't go. He's getting too old for one, but he can't get a tag. And he's in Uzinki. So I got long history of family that used to do this and those opportunities. And now that I'm older and I have grandkids, I want to teach them how to do this the proper way, right? I remember taking my son out at 13 and he got his first animal. And now my oldest grandson is 13, so guess what? He's coming with me. And it's about sharing. And so, I'm here supporting this. And as far as the questions earlier, I'd like to address on the 70 on the elk registration for raspberry. I used to hunt raspberry. That's where I first started elk hunting. And you know what? Like the others that testified and said, we are not trophy hunters. It's about the meat. And if that was to ever happen, I think I could rest easy because I would go out there as well. 2 different hunts. Obviously, raspberry is a hike. Well, there's not very many elders that are going to go hike raspberry. Those elders that I classify as elders today were at my age when they showed me, which made me younger. Well, those elders today aren't going to go up there and hike. So that's why it's important and vital for us to hopefully, for you guys to pass 209. So some of those elders that are older than me, in their 70s, that still want to go do this, to give them the opportunity, but they have to win a tag first or get tags. And the opportunities for them is slim. And I don't mean to sound so grim, but it's the truth. If I could kept those old clippings from the papers of the people in Uzinki, Port Lions, Old Harbor, and Kodiak winning these tags, big difference. I'm almost out of time. I see the light coming on, but I really would appreciate if you guys could support this. It's very vital to our people on that island. And even me, as I spend 6 months up, unfortunately, in Anchorage, and 6 months down there, I'd rather be there. But you know what? It's just help us win that Illinois State Lottery, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brian. Nice talking to you during the breaks. So I'm not real familiar with raspberry, so overall it's fairly difficult for somebody older to move around. There's no sweet spots that, they could still have opportunity to harvest out there.
So basically, when you're in Raspberry, you go into, it's hard to explain because you go into a place called Onion Bay because the northwest winds are the prevailing winter winds. So you go in there and you walk from one side of the head of Onion Bay across Raspberry Island through Driver Bay. And you're looking left and you're looking right, which are mountains on both sides. You see the elk, you turn. If you see them on the left, guess what? You go left and go up. And the same thing if you see them on the right, and it's all hike. When I went out there when I was in my mid-20s, it was easy.
Yeah.
I could still pack elk, but I wouldn't do it like that. I mean, I'll take my sons and my grandkids now, But it is a very, very good hunt, very tough hunt, because you're battling the weather conditions. And then in regards to, comparing the two different hunts, a Fognac, you're a little bit more protected, bigger area.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that insight.
Any additional questions? Well, I'm not hearing any. Thank you for your testimony. And I love elk meat myself, so.
And thank you, Mr. Chair and Board.
Go ahead. At this time, I think it's 5 o'clock, and I think we're going to break for the evening and start back up at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. And we'll have a bunch more people on the list to testify tomorrow.